All right, good afternoon, folks, or good evening, wherever you may be. And hello, Gravati. We're an early stream. Actually, no, a little bit late. My Sunday stream is usually in the afternoons on my time. I should have started about 2 hours ago, but just ran a little bit off schedule. And hello, Patrick Diddick. How you doing? So we got a Patrick sighting. Good to see you, Patrick. Good to see you too. Well, see, I want to say Cravati because that's what I'm used to. I'll just say Crav. How about that? Patrick says all good. Cool. How you doing, Crav? People just keep saying it wrong. I know. Now I'm trying to adjust, I don't know quite how to say it. And hello, Mix and Dave. How you doing? So shout out to Mix and Dave. Mix and Dave, for some reason I didn't think you'd ever visited my channel before, but if you have, I haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well. So shout out to Dave. You're in the UK, right, Dave? Another fine UK streamer has been doing, looks like some ETS2 this week. Okay. I streamed some ETS2 on Friday night. We did a little bit of that, which shamefully I hadn't done ETS since like June, so it had been a while. You follow Bald and played him on multiplayer sometime. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's just I couldn't remember if you had ever visited our stream before, but I guess you have. So welcome. It's good to see you, Dave. Yeah, Friday we just did some single player for ETS2. I haven't really fully gotten into the multiplayer yet, and I guess since we just got a new patch out, I guess a new update out rather. I guess multiplayer is broken again until they update it, or you revert, I guess. All right. And hello, Andy B. Good afternoon, Andy. How you doing? Krav says, nice globe. Doesn't look flat, though. Oh, that one? Right there? Yeah. Thank you. No, it's a full 3D globe. It actually... You can't really see it, but it lights up. And, hola, Armando. ¿Cómo está? Andy says, how are you? I'm doing okay, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Mixon said, I don't think so. I visited. I'm a follower, though. Okay. All right, welcome. Either way. And hello, Bales. Haven't seen you in a long time either. El Mundo says, yo, been meaning to ask you something. Yeah, go ahead. El Mundo. Posh says, Crab Pot. Yeah, you know what? I got, I can show you a little closer. Let me see. I got this globe. I was inspired to buy it because I always wanted a globe in my office. I kind of wanted a big one of those nice floor standing models, but they're freaking expensive. So I kind of picked this up off of Amazon for like 25 bucks or something like that. And, I like it because it lights up. And I was inspired to get it because because we started playing XCOM like last summer. So in the middle of my XCOM playthrough, because you get, for people who are familiar with XCOM, you have what they call the Holo Globe in your main headquarters that kind of lights up and shows you everything going on around the world. So it inspired me to get this. But I kind of want one of those really nice fancy ones. But those suckers cost, $300-400 or whatever. So I'm not ready for that yet. Andy says, doing well. How are you? I'm doing. I think I answered you already, Andy. Sorry. And Bells, how are you? Armando says, Train Simulator 2021 or TSW2. Oh, man. You know what, Armando? I can't answer that question because I only play TSW2. And when I bought Train Sim World, I evaluated both, but Train Sim World was like really new at that point, and it was, let's just say, cheaper for me to get in on the ground floor of the newer game as opposed to buying the old, well-established game that has literally, probably tens of thousands of dollars worth of content at this point. So that's the decision I made. But it depends on what you want in the game. If you want, really nice graphics, Train Sim World is probably your better choice. But if graphics is not important and you want a lot of content and a lot of activities and a lot of variety, then Train Simulator is still a better choice. So, but, it depends on, what you want out of a sim. And there's a lot of people here that are in chat right now who play Train Simulator who can probably give you better feedback on that. But, yeah, it probably ended up that the money I may have spent getting into Train Simulator, I ended up spending on OMSI to bus sim. And it's a matter that I probably don't have time for both of those, plus everything else that I play. So that was just a decision I made personally. Bell says, I'm good, thanks. Hope you're doing well. Nice to catch you live. Yeah, thanks. We're just getting started. You guys have good timing. Thanks for dropping in, everybody. Matter of fact, on that note, why don't we just go right ahead and get fired up. Let me get the game started. So I'm going to play some games from the WoS2 Services series. Armando said, man, I'm early. You are, man, for a change. Hang on one second. Set some stuff up here. So normally what I do is I only play kind of one game from WoS2 Services, but I haven't played any. I have all 4 of the WoS2 Services games, but I haven't played any of them since, I think it was March. So we're going to start with WoS2 Services 1. And depending on how we make out on time, I'm going to actually try for the first time to go through all 4 games on stream. So we're going to start with 1, then do 2, then do 3, then do 4. Yeah, that's my goal anyway, but we'll see how much we go through. And hello, L. Rex. Good evening to you. How you doing? Welcome. Good to see you again. So it probably looks on screen weird how it's only occupying one corner of the stream. The first 2 games in the series, it's kind of a graphical thing because it's an older game. This is not how the game is going to render. It's just how the main menu renders, so don't panic. I'm kind of aware that it looks like this on stream, but it doesn't stay that way. And hey, Hannah. Good evening, Miss Lovely Hannah. How are you? Rex is doing okay. And Elmundo says Alex Trebek passed away. I know, Elmundo. That broke my heart, man. Yeah, I saw that a little bit earlier this morning. Hannah says, not too bad. Good to hear. Yeah, I tweeted out something about that on my Twitter account. Because I'm a big Jeopardy fan. And I used to watch Jeopardy pretty much every night. I just don't quite have time anymore. But I still catch it, as often as I can. I drop in and drop out a lot. And, Alex Trebek, I'm still old enough that I remember somebody before Alex Trebek. I can't even remember his name now. But for most people, he's the only Jeopardy host that they ever knew. He did the job for, I think, 35 years, So, yeah, that one kind of hit me kind of hard. Not only because I'm a Jeopardy fan, but also because I've had a lot of cancer in my family. And hello, caller, how you doing? So the last two deaths of people close to me and my family were from the same thing. They died of pancreatic cancer. And I remember, when they got their diagnoses, it was the same thing. They said, that is one of the most lethal forms of cancer you can have. But, I was kind of hoping Alex, because, he's basically rich and famous, right? I figured, he's got resources. He's going to have really good doctors. Hopefully he can beat this. But, cancer doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care how rich you are and how much money you have to spend on doctors. So he, sadly, he didn't make it either. But he was also maybe had something to do with his age. But it's just that particular form of cancer is really, really bad. So, Belmunda, same thing. I was sorry to hear that. Hannah says, doing not too bad. Okay, Hannah. Good to see you. Excuse me. Crab says, you know how my UPS failed? I did the test like 5 minutes after and it passed. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, speaking of that, Crab, I don't know if you had heard I had mentioned on Livestream that I found out my UPS is under warranty. I still have 5 years coverage. Well, it's actually almost a year old, so I have 4 more years coverage. But basically, I reached out to the manufacturer. I did some self-tests and, told them what the results were, and they said, we'll just send you another battery. So, Koa says, I keep thinking you're talking about the package people. Yeah, nah. No, I don't have any complaints with that UPS. It's just UPS being uninterruptible power supply or power source, something like that. It's basically, a thing that you plug all your computers and devices into, and if the power goes out, you get a backup battery supply that keeps your stuff up. In my case, it's supposed to be up till 15 minutes based on the capacity of the battery. But mine doesn't work anymore because we had a power failure last weekend. Matter of fact, last Sunday, we were streaming Train Sim World 2. And I think about an hour into my stream, we had a power outage and, no graceful, exit or anything. It just, bam, went down immediately. So it took my computer, because in addition to my computer, I have my router plugged into it. I have my network NAS drive plugged into it. A couple other switches and things like that. So in theory, it should be able to maintain power long enough either for the power to come back or for me to turn everything off gracefully. But it didn't work last weekend. But manufacturer got back to me quickly and they said, we'll just send you another battery. And they showed me instructions on how to change the battery. And if that doesn't work, they said that, we'll try something else. Crab says mine doesn't last that long. I have loads of stuff in mine. Okay. Yeah, mine has 12 outlets on it. 6 of the outlets are the ones that are on battery backup. The other one are the other 6 are just regular outlets. But I have basically my computer, my router, the important stuff while I'm streaming plugged into that. Plus my monitors, obviously. Armando says, I almost die. Saliva went the other way. Ouch. Went down the wrong pipe, Armando? All right. All right, guys, so we're going to go through World of Subways games, which I try to stream. I usually say once a quarter, I try to blow the dust off of one of these games and play them. These are old, really, really basic train sims. Matter of fact, World of Subways 3 is technically the first game I watched somebody streaming on Twitch that gave me the idea to try a train sim. I had literally never played one before. And I saw somebody streaming it. Matter of fact, it was Long Live Quebec, if any of you guys follow him. And I was watching him stream it. And I was like, that's pretty cool. I like Sims. Why did I never think to try a train sim before? So I went out to buy World of Subways 3, which is the London Underground. And then, started researching other games, Train Sim World, Train Simulator, things like that. Ended up buying Train Sim World 1, which at that time was CSX Heavy Haul, was the base game. Bought that, and that's basically the game that started me on streaming. But I kind of have World of Subways to thank for getting me started on train simulators. Kraft says, does yours have that USB thing where it auto shuts down your PC? Yes. Yeah, I do have that enabled. But it only shuts down the PC if you, in theory, you can set the reserve level on the battery. So in my case, I think it says if it's down to 2 minutes estimate, then if I haven't shut it down by then, it will automatically, via a desktop app, shut the computer down. Technically, in mine, it hibernates it. It'll hibernate my computer. Amanda says, I'm good now. Okay, Amanda. Color says, so we're playing all of them. I'm going to try, Color. So I'm going to play at least one route in each game. So I kind of have, because each one of the trains has a slightly different control set, I had to make myself a cheat sheet for each one of them, which I made a long time ago. I didn't make it just now. Just to give me the basics. Okay, here's how you turn on, your HUD. Here's your driving controls. Here's your door controls. Basic stuff like that. Because they're slightly different in each one, even though they do have some common controls. But if you think about it, it's not that different than what we normally do when we play, Train Sim World. Because technically, I usually do, say, 3 or 4 services during one stream across different, maps or routes, right? This is kind of the same thing. We're doing, say, 4 services on different routes. They just happen to be in different games. But in theory, it's kind of similar. So I don't see why we couldn't get through all of them. Do I have all the World of Subways games? Yep, I got all 4 of them now. Like I said, I bought World of Subways 3 first, years ago. And then I bought each one of the other ones as they came on Steam sales over the years. Like World of Subways 1, I think, is the last one I bought. So I bought this one like last Christmas, around, during the Christmas Steam sales. But they're not that expensive at this point. I think, at most they maybe cost $15. But for each one, I think I spent, like, for example, when I bought this one, World of Subways 1, I think I spent like $6, something like that. Each one of them you can probably get for less than $10 at this point. So, cheap fun. All right, so we get three types of rolling stock in this game. Matter of fact, one of the things here is they kind of have a, let me see if I can fire it up. They kind of have does it work? A walk-around feature for each one. So some of you guys who've seen me stream this before, you're familiar with this, but you can kind of walk around and look at each one of the rolling stocks and look at them in detail. And I believe you can actually walk inside, yeah. And get distracted by the advertising. I can't actually go in the cab. Yeah, won't let me go in there. But you can kind of walk around and look at stuff. And I think each one of the games has this kind of feature. I don't know if the 4th one does. But the first 3 have a similar thing where you can kind of walk around and look at the rolling stock or whatnot, see the detail. Kind of move very slowly. It doesn't move very fast, but, for the enthusiasts, if you really just kind of want to really look at stuff. Color says, I have 4 right now. Okay, so you don't have, 4 is the only one you have, you mean. Okay. So gameplay here is similar. You can start timetable missions, timetable services rather, but there's also, well, I don't know about the first one. The other 3 have what they call mission types, which is very similar to scenarios that you would have in Train Sim World. And you can see you have multiple routes. I'm going to take a real short route just to get started because I need a warm-up. So I'm going to take the one that goes from Newark out to the World Trade Center. Kraft says, do you have a Discord server? No, I do not. I have a Discord account. So if you want to, reach out to me, you can find me. Kojo62, same as every place else. But I don't maintain my own server. All right. So I will pick let's just pick the middle of the road one. And I'm going to grab AM and PM service. Let's take a midday service, not rush hour, but kind of midday. 10 something in the morning. How about that? Pick their train. Weather. I'm going to leave weather on normal. There's a checkbox here that says shift duty, which means you can run kind of endless timetables. When you finish one timetable, you can automatically set up to run the other direction without, you know, coming out of the service. So you can use that as well. But we're just going to do one service because I need a warm up, then we'll pick something else. And it's going to take a minute to render. So, Amanda, what did you choke on? Were you drinking something? Hey, she moved. So that's unusual. See the passenger standing on the platform? In the first two games, the characters, the AIs are not animated. They kind of stand around like statues. All right, hang on a second. Let me get set up. Yeah, they didn't animate the AIs until the third game. But in this first game, there's always like one or two on the platform that'll be animated like her. But you normally have to, matter of fact, let's walk around a little bit. See how they're all just standing around like statues? Normally, if you walk around long enough, you can find one that's animated like her. But for the most part, they don't really... Oh, there's a second one. All right, that's really unusual. You never usually find more than one. So this one's kind of, you know, really primitive. But in terms of the actual train and the train services and whatnot, it's you know, it's a decent sim. The AIs are just not very smart. And this one also, as you can see, has passenger information displays on the platform that are animated. Or, you know, not animated, but, you know, they actually display content. There we go. I knew I had a hotkey to get me quickly back to my cab, but I couldn't remember what it was. There it is.
This is a World Trade Center station train. Next stop will be Harrison.
And we do have announcements, but it always sounds like he's talking with cotton in his mouth, so sorry about that. Our favorite conductor. Yeah, exactly, color. All right, let me check this. Excuse me, my setup. Turn on my lights. Turned on the air conditioner. All right, I think that's it. Hannah says, I've never really seen this one before. Yeah, it's not really... It's not really, you know, you don't see it streamed that often, Hannah. I only play it a couple times a year. And like I said, I only bought this one, you know, back in December. So I maybe only streamed it about 2 or 3 times up till now. But it's kind of interesting to see all 4 of them and how they compare. Alright, so my schedule is probably late. Let me see, what's our timetable? 10:06? Yeah, I'm already late by a minute. Let's get out of here.
Next up will be Harrison.
Can't find it. Where is it?
Stand clear of the doors.
Alright, release the brakes. Throttle up. It'd help if I set the reverser. There we go. So, the first game and the fourth game are both set in the New York City Metro. So here we're starting from Newark, New Jersey. We're driving into Manhattan in the World Trade Center. At the time this game was created, the World Trade Center, the new World Trade Center was still under construction. So you'll kind of see a construction zone when we arrive there. Kraft says, I wonder why them cones are there. Oh, I missed it. I didn't even see it. So you get outside cameras on this one. Let's try the horn. Yeah, I said distance. You can't really hear it that well from here.
Next up will be Harrison.
Rex says, do you own Subway of Berlin too? Yeah. Yeah, that's World of Subways, excuse me, 2. And we're going to play that one next, actually. And hey, Donna. How you doing?
Next up will be Sean Square.
So because the AIs are not animated in terms of boarding and disembarking, there's kind of if you can see it, a counter at the very bottom of the HUD here. I can't, okay, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it basically says passengers on and off. So you're not supposed to disembark until these counters zero out. That's the only way you know if everybody's boarded since they're not animated.
Stand clear of the doors.
Donna, how you doing? Elric says Subway of Berlin is quite nice. You like it very well. Oh, you have that one? Okay. Yeah, I think that was the second one I bought. So I bought number 3 first. And color redeem, stand clear of the doors. Yeah, I bought number 3 first, which is London Underground, the Circle Line. And then I bought number 2 after that, which is Berlin, the U7. And then I bought number 4 after that, which is New York City, just like this one. And I'm speeding. And then I bought this one most recently. But all of them are really dirt cheap. So it's the kind of thing, if, you know, like I said, they're really kind of really retro, but they're not bad. Each one of them I like for different reasons. And if you wanted to just kind of try them, you know, you can get them really cheap, you know, so. Try the horn. Can't really hear it that well outside. But at least you do kind of get some outside view on this one. I think in World of Subways 3, you do not. You don't really hardly get any outside views while you're driving. But it might, well, I started to say it might be because we're in the tunnels a lot, but they're all Subway games. They all have tunnel portions, so that's probably not it. And hello, Cold Monkey. How you doing? Stand clear of the doors, he said, while chewing 5 marbles in a sock. Yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it? Rex says, yeah, I own the German Sim 2, but the graphics suck. I think it actually looks pretty good. I mean, this one is not fancy. All right, we can go flat out here. This one, the graphics are probably the most primitive. I think number 2, the graphics are not bad. There's a definite improvement on this one. I don't know, maybe it looks different on mine. Depends on what kind of graphics card or setup you have, I guess. But 3 and 4 look pretty good. This one is, like I said, primitive looking, but it runs pretty good, at least on my system. But, you know, I play each of them a couple times a year. And since I hadn't streamed any of these since March, I thought I was overdue. How you doing, Code Monkey? Hope your weekend was good. All right, flat out from here. So when we finish this service, our report card is going to be pretty lousy because number 1, I'm way behind schedule, and number 2, I'm kind of messing up my speed limits all over the place because I'm way out of practice.
Will be shown square.
Code Maker said, all good, thanks, how are you? Doing okay. Alright, I took that corner way too fast. I should have been 20 into that switch. You can derail on this game very, very easily. It's very sensitive about derails. Caller says 4:42 Eastern in this current time zone. Okay. Oh, sorry, L Rex, I missed your question there. Yeah, caller answered. Thank you, caller. Okay, we can actually hear the horn better inside. So I think the train will go about 58 miles an hour. I haven't been able to get it to go any faster than that. This is about the only stretch we can really drive it flat out for a long time. Early afternoon here. Yeah. Actually, late afternoon. Normally on Sundays, I like to stream around 2 or 3 o'clock, my local time. But I got started a little bit late today trying to set everything up. Because, you know, like I said, I hadn't played any of these since like March. And I wanted to, you know, just test the setup, make sure I could load each one, make sure I could capture each one. And I just ended up behind schedule, so I'm sorry about that. But yeah, we're going to try to go through all 4 of them. At least one service on each route. Does sound like a truck. The horn you mean, yeah. Can you open the windows? Not on this one. All right, so we're flat out. We're doing about 55 now. And you can see the skyline, but it's not animated or anything. I mean, it's kind of really just almost like a matte painting. I mean, there's a little bit of parallax from the near versus the far points, but other than that, very primitive. Woo, missed my reduction. Slow the hell down. All right, so let me see. There's only 4 forward speeds. So the first setting gets you up to 6 miles an hour. Second setting gets you up to 21. Third setting up to 50. And then the fourth setting is flat out. 55 plus, basically. Rex says, so basically when you start, it's mostly 10 or 11 here in Germany. Yeah, we're six hours behind you here where I am. Yeah, because normally on Friday or Saturday, I try to stream my local time, either 7 or 8 p.m. And then on Sunday, around 2 or 3 p.m. is what I try to do. But that's why I normally say, I recommend people get, subscribe to Go Live notifications because my start times fluctuate. And sometimes it's work related. This weekend it wasn't, mainly because I didn't have to work this weekend, thank God. All right, 20 through the switch.
Mesa will be shown square. Mesa will be shown square.
All right, so we're about 3 minutes behind schedule. But most of that is because I got started late.
Shown square.
And of course.
This is a World Trade Center station train. Next stop will be Grove Street.
All right, load cycle is done.
Stand clear of the doors.
Use the brakes, throttle up. So Elrex, I guess, is about what, 10, almost 11 o'clock where you are right now, right? Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock here. As a matter of fact, I forgot since we switched our time clocks last week. It gets dark earlier here. It's 10:49. Okay, gotcha. Yep, 4:49 here. But I guess you can tell by looking at the rolling stock, these aren't particularly new trains. I think these are from like, well, each one of the three trains that you get is from a different time period. So I think they start way back in the 1970s and go up to the 1980s. All right, into the tunnel. Elrex says it's sometimes weird to write in AM PM time if you use 24 hours. Yeah, you can use 24 hours with me. I'm used to it. So right now it's 16:51 here. Because my company uses it. We have international operations, so we technically use 24-hour clocks all the time. So I'm really used to it. Matter of fact, back when I still wore a wristwatch, I used to set my wristwatch to 24 hours. But I do not wear a watch anymore because we all have these things now. So no need.
Next stop will be Grove Street.
Yep. I certainly do. Alright, I gotta watch my signals in here now. Because you can get the occasional red signal here.
Next stop will be Grove Street.
Kind of have to pay attention. But that's our last signal before the platform, so we're okay.
Grove Street.
All right, left side platform.
This is a World Trade Center station train.
All right, while they're loading, I'm going to turn some lights on. I'll be right back.
Next stop will be Exchange Place.
Ready?
Stand clear of the doors.
All right, lights green. Release the brakes. Throttle up. All right, limit here is 40. You do have high beams you can use in the tunnels. I can't remember the key right now, though. And I didn't put them on my cheat sheet. But I think in each one of the games, if you use the high beams going into the platform, you get a deduction on your report card, technically. So as long as you remember to turn the high beams off before you arrive at the station, you're okay to use them. But as you guys can see, I mean, the illumination in the tunnels is pretty good, even if I turn the lights off. Actually, I take that back. There's default illumination. If you want high beams, you actually turn the headlights on. It works differently in this game. So I've been driving with them on all along. I'm going to get a deduction automatically. Thanks, color. Started to say something else real quick.
Next stop will be Exchange Place.
Yeah, see, I don't really need... Oh, the other thing I started to say was, as you can see, the tunnels themselves are rendered... You saw it breaking the deduction? Yeah, the tunnels themselves are rendered with a lot of detail. So even without high beams, you can still see quite a lot.
Exchange price. This is a World Trade Center station train. Next stop will be World Trade Center. Stand clear of the doors.
All right, green light, let's go. But it's kind of interesting to compare the way they do tunnels in this game to say like what Dovetail is doing with Train Sim World now that we have underground services, right? I mean, because these tunnels are not just, you know, empty holes. There's detail in there. There's lighting. There's, you know, there's rendering. There's stuff going on in there as compared to, you know, what we have on, say, the Bakerloo line, which is just, might as well be the barrel of a gun. You can't really see anything. They didn't really put any, you know, imagination into rendering the underground itself. So to me, that's a little disappointing. And it's dark as hell. You can't see anything in their tunnels. So, you know, I've heard them say on the live streams that, well, you're in the tunnel, you know, you shouldn't be able to see that much. But, okay, maybe take a little bit of dramatic license, even if it's not specifically, let's say, accurate, right? Give the people something interesting to look at while they're driving through tunnels all day, you know? But that's, to me, that's just a lack of imagination. Or they just didn't want to put in the work to do it. But if you compare it to this, and this is a primitive-ass game from the early, what, 2000s or something. I mean, they could have done more. Cold Monkey says, might not be realistic or accurate, but it gives you something to look at. Exactly my point. And you know what? I grew up in the city where we rode subways all the time, and you can see stuff in the subway. You know, it's not just an empty hole. You can see things. You know, so I don't even buy the argument that it's not realistic. You know, we have a subway elevated system in the city where I grew up, Philadelphia, same as Chicago does, where just like this, there's an above ground portion and there's an underground portion. And in the underground portions, you can see stuff just like this. So, I don't know, call it lack of imagination, call it laziness, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, I'm a little disappointed with what Dovetail chose to do with Bakerloo in the tunnels. They could have done more. But, you know, I give them credit for the stuff they did that is good. But that's one thing I would ding them on. All right.
Next stop will be World Trade Center.
All right, that's our last stop coming up. And I have derailed on this corner on stream before. So I'm slowing down now while I can. Caller says a game from 2002 can do better than the 2020 game. So you can see this is a big fat construction zone. I wish we kind of had a free, kind of more of a free floating outside cam. Can't really manipulate the outside camera that much, just to kind of see some of the detail.
Next stop will be World Trade Center.
But you can see they rendered a lot of stuff here, even stuff that I can't turn my head but so much and look at, you know.
World Trade Center.
Brakes. There we go. Whew. I was like, I don't want to spad, not now.
World Trade Center. Well, this is the last stop.
Yeah, I was pressing the wrong arrow. I just wasn't looking properly.
World Trade Center. Well, this is the last stop.
All right. So before I end the service, I think we can get out and walk around a little bit. Let me see if I can do that. Nah, I can't. All right. Yeah, if you end the service, if you get up at the end of your service, it automatically ends and gives you your report card. I think there was a way I could do it, but I forgot the sequence to do it. So yeah, we nowhere near schedule. Can't quite say how many minutes behind we were. We did some good things good. I mean, considering I haven't played this in God knows how many months. About almost 8 months, I guess. Yeah, speed limits were screwed up. Told us we did not comply to holding a state. Oh no, that one says completed. Okay. Speed limits and curves and switches. Yeah, kind of abused the speed limits. And then some of these right here, these are bonuses if you drive HUD free. So the only way to kind of get a perfect report card and get 100% is to drive HUD free and keep your speed limits and your stops and departures on time. That's really, really, really hard to do. And I mean, I find it hard to drive without the HUD and maintain the schedule, because how do you know if you're on time? How do you know if how far behind you are? It's just hard to do. All right, so I'm shaking the rust off a little bit. But now, Hannah, to your point, I didn't realize you hadn't seen this before. I thought maybe you had caught me streaming this at least one time before. But yeah, I hadn't streamed this since March. I think I played this in March. I think I played WoS2 Services 2 in March. I hadn't played WoS2 Services 4, I think it turned out, since January. And I did a kind of a bonus stream in June for WoS2 Services 3, the London Underground. Hannah says, nope, I have seen the other 3 though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would have to imagine this one is probably the rarest that you would see somebody streaming it on Twitch, because it's the oldest, Color, is this from 2002? Because I thought maybe it was, but I didn't look it up. I thought it was from the 2000s. All right, so we'll do one more here. Some of these lines are much longer than others. You don't know? Okay. Oh, no problem. I thought maybe you had looked it up or something. So, since we drove on that route from Newark, New Jersey into the World Trade Center, let's take something from the World Trade Center back out. So we can either drive back to Newark the way we just came, or you can drive out to Hoboken. It's a little bit longer service. Oh, actually, that's an express service. I take that back. There's another one that's kind of some of these that start from Journal Square out to Hoboken. These are longer services. It actually shows you every stop. I guess technically, if you're going to drive without the HUD, if you memorize this timetable, I guess, you could drive to that. Because the HUD has, I think, 4 components to it. You can switch them off individually. One of them's a basic time clock. So I think if you switched everything off but the basic time clock, and technically you could run to this timetable by memory and you would know just by looking at the clock whether or not you were still on schedule. So I guess theoretically you could do it. I've never done it, but that's the only way to get a 100% report card. Let me see what else we can do. Journal Square, 33rd Street, back and forth. Are these longer? No, the 1 to back and forth to 33rd Street are, I think that's the longest route in the game. Yeah, it's about what, a 25-minute service roughly? But the rest of these are relatively short, or at least in terms of number of stations, they're relatively short. Let's take one out from World Trade Center out to Hoboken. It's not that long. That's what? That's basically a 10-minute service. That's not really that long. Maybe we'll do another one after that before we switch to another game. Another route, rather. Let's do something in the Evening. How about something around evening rush hour? Let's try that. Actually, I should have picked something even later. You can see how it renders at night, but that's okay. It might be starting to get somewhat dark. It doesn't really, excuse me, it doesn't really get like pitch black dark in this game ever. Actually, we can do it here. I was thinking about getting out and walking around. Why don't we do that real quick? So yeah, this is the World Trade Center stop. Is this the way I'm driving? I guess I am. I thought maybe I was driving the other direction, but... So on these particular stations, you can't really walk around between platforms. Like, for those of you who play World of Subways 3, you know that you can pretty much go up these steps and go around to the other side and walk around the entire station. But on this one, yeah, invisible walls, you really can't go any further. Alright, so here's our one animated passenger, or AI. Technically, she's not our passenger. But yeah, you can see the modeling is like really, really primitive. They look deformed, to be kind. So there might be a second animated one around here somewhere, but... Alright, there's our quick return key.
This is a Hoboken train. Next stop will be Exchange Place.
Alright, so we're not late for a change. We got 30 seconds for departure. Excuse me.
Sound clear off the doors.
Alright, away we go. Green light. Oh, what I did not do, I just remembered, is we have a destination board. I didn't set that up. How do I do that? Check out the spark effects. Let's see. Alright, so our destination is Hoboken. Alright, that's that. 40 miles per hour through here.
Next stop will be Exchange Place.
mile to our stop. Caution here. Red ahead. Anticipated red. Don't see it though. Might be the other end of our station though, actually. I guess we'll see when we get there. Wrong button.
Exchange price. Exchange price. This is a Hoboken train. Next stop will be Pavonia Newport.
They're still loading. Busy station, I guess.
Stand clear of the doors.
All right, in on time, out on time. Woo-hoo. See if we get external cameras in the tunnel. Oh, we do. Okay. It's another thing we don't get on Bakerloo. Nice detail with the flickering light. Yeah. Yeah, we get some nice details in here. Some sparks and, like you said, flickering light. There's another one right there. You know, circuit panels, switches, wiring, debris, all kinds of stuff. You know, they put some imagination into it. Like you said, even if it's not real and if it's not canon, it gives you something interesting to look at while you're driving it, you know? And on some of the other games in the series after this, where you have mission types, basically scenarios, there's places where you stop the train and get out and do things inside the tunnel. So there's actually activities in the tunnel you can do. There's quite a few of them in World of Subways 2, in fact, Berlin Underground. I think I've done them all at this point.
Next stop will be Pavonia Newport. Pavonia Newport. Pavonia Newport.
All right, right side platform.
This is a Hoboken train. Next stop will be Hoboken.
All right, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, actually. Busy station, though. judging by the loading rate.
Stand clear of the doors.
Green light, let's go. So it's taking me a while to get used to the HUD again. There's a lot of information in the HUD. So in addition to your speed limit transitions, it's telling you how far to your next signal. It's telling what the state of your next switch is, which reflects that light. For example, that light's telling me we're going to keep straight, not go to the right. And then also, you know, timetable information. Distance to next station, time of arrival, expected time of arrival, that kind of stuff. Which would make it very hard for me to drive without the HUD. I mean, somebody better than me could probably do it, but well, technically, I don't think I've ever tried it in this game. I've tried it in probably World of Subways 2. I think I've done it. But I don't know that I've tried it in this one. And in this one, the HUD and the report card and the timetable system between 1 and 2 are very similar. By the time they went to number 3, they went a completely different direction with all of it. But then again, that's probably the better game out of all of them. But I think by comparison, the only thing I'm disappointed in World of Subways 3 that they didn't do that they did in the first 2 was this. They didn't really give you any external driving cameras. So you can't really kind of get, you know, beauty shots of your train in motion like this. I don't know why they took it out in World of Subways 3. You can do it in 1, you can do it in 2, you can do it in 4. Matter of fact, the one in 4 is probably the nicest one. You get multiple cameras, and you can control them. But for some reason in number 3, they just didn't give you any external cameras. At least not while you're driving. So, you know, interesting trade-offs between all 4 of them. But like I said, I like all of them for different reasons. You know, nice to jump in and jump out of every now and then. All right, so we're getting the left-hand switch here according to our HUD.
Next stop will be Hoboken.
You have to be careful with your speed going through the switches because you can derail very easily. And another left-hander here.
Next stop will be Hoboken.
All right, this is the end of the line for this route. So we've got a buffer here.
This is the last stop. This is a last stop. Stand clear of the doors.
All right, that is it. All right, 76% on that report card. I didn't remember what we got in the last one. So still not perfectly on schedule. I mean, we did arrive pretty much on time every station. I'm not sure exactly where we got dinged on the schedule. Passenger-friendly acceleration, passenger-friendly braking. Didn't like mine so much. So, kind of like me playing OMSI. I always drive kind of rough, I guess. I brake hard and I accelerate hard, so I guess I need to learn to smooth it out. But I don't think that's ever going to be my style. Did not comply to all speed limits. And no help from route monitor and destination. Oh no, set destination display. Yeah, I didn't set it before we left after the first stop. So, just a handful of deductions here and there. 76% is not horrible. I've done way better than that, though. Like I said, I've never gotten 100%, but I'm pretty sure I've gotten over 90%. So that's it for that. But like I said, you can also run it in, I forget what they call it, service mode, where at the end of that leg of your trip, you just get out, you walk to the other end of the cab, you set up the cab on the other side, and you just keep driving back and forth pretty much as you want. So that is that. Let's see how long we've been streaming. All right. So that is World of Subways 1, ladies and gents. Does anybody want to see anything else before we switch to the next game, which is going to be World of Subways 2, Berlin Underground? Especially for folks like Hannah who've never actually seen this game before. Let me see. So that's a timetable mode. If you go into Fleet, like I said, you can kind of get the diorama and actually look at the three different types of trains. That's pretty cool. What is this add-ons thing? Oh, I guess once upon a time there were actually mods for this game. Look at this. 3D downtown panorama. I've never actually looked at this before. I assume this is kind of the skyline background that we saw when we were driving out of Newark. This must have been an add-on. I guess it wasn't in the original game. What else? Profile, options. All right, I just have one profile. All right, so technically you can have more than one profile if you wanted to, I guess, for whatever reason. And pretty basic options. Graphics, audio, etc. All right, so that is that. All right, so, ladies and gents, I hope you enjoyed the ride. Like I said, normally when I stream World of Subways games, I would usually only do just several routes in one game, but we're going to try something different today. We're going to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, time allowing. So, to Elrex's point earlier, World of Subways 2 is set in the Berlin Underground. See if we can fire that up. So it's very similar to World of Subways 1 in a lot of ways. Code Monkey says, looking forward to new announcements voice. I'm trying to think, does this one have announcements? I mean, we know the best announcements are on number 3, the London Underground, the Circle Line. It has really good announcements. I'm just trying to think, does this one have announcements? I'm not even sure, Code Monkey. I guess we'll find out in a second. Hang on 1 second. So because this is an older game, every time it renders for the first time, it rearranges my desktop. It's annoying. Hang on 1 second. Let me... Sorry about that. Put my mouse in a weird place. Let's try that again. Let's see, is that rendered? There we go, we got it now. All right, let me grab my cheat sheet though, because I need the controls for number 2. And like I said, there are some common controls between the different locomotives in each game, but there are a lot of additional controls and features that kind of made it to the point I had to make a cheat sheet for each one of them, just to get a quick start for myself in each one. All right. So like, for example, in World of Subways 1 that we just played, I didn't have cab and coach lights. World of Subways 2, I have cab and coach lights on the trains. I also have a brake charging procedure I have to do in World of Subways 2 that I didn't have in 1. So differences like that. Throttle and brake are the same controls between those two. Dead man switch is the same, but then my door controls are different. My HUD controls are different. My HUD is different to a degree. You know, things like that. Those are the differences between them, although there are some very common things. All right, so welcome to Berlin. So again, there's a fleet version here. In this one, you get 2 types of rolling stock, whereas in the first one, you got 3. So you have basically the F90 and the H01. There's a more generic designation for them. I think it's F series or F class. But let's take a quick look at it. So same type of deal, although there's not as much detail kind of as on the surrounding room itself like we have in World of Subways 1. F stock, that's the term I was looking for. So this is the F stock. From what I understand, they don't actually use the F stock anymore. Elrex could probably tell us for sure if he's still hanging out. The F stock was replaced by the what is it again? The I stock, which is also in this game. But from what I've looked at online, just researching Berlin Underground, there's now another stock after that they use on this line in particular. So I don't think they use the F stock anymore, but that's what we have in this game. And even though it's older stock, I like driving it. It's got a certain, it's H stock is the other one. It's got a certain personality to it, kind of like driving old buses in OMSI. And then this is the H stock, the H01 specifically. So a little bit more modern looking. And this one, the big difference is this has the, what do they call them, gangway connectors. So kind of like the flexi bendy connectors between cars. So you can just walk from one car to another without having to, you know, risk falling out of the train. So a lot of modern subway stock uses kind of the gangway connectors. I think they even have these now on the New York City subways. And yeah, it's a nice train to drive in the game. It's very smooth, very easy to drive. The F stock is a little bit more trouble to set up. It's a lot more. The controls are more complicated. I'll put it that way. All right, so in this one, yeah, you have timetable missions, which would basically be like services. and you have missions, which would be like scenarios. Matter of fact, I can show you the list of it. This one is a very short list of missions. We didn't have any missions in World of Subways 1, but I think each of the other games has missions. Matter of fact, the one in World of Subways 4, the missions are very elaborate. They're actually almost, initiated like a role-playing game. Like you meet somebody, you talk to them, they give you a mission, and then you go do the mission. So I've done all the missions in World of Subways 2 and 3. I don't think I've done any of them in World of Subways 4. At some point, maybe I'll do a stream just to do some of those. And the other thing that's kind of tough with the first two games is that there's no training. So when I first bought this one, World of Subways 2, and here's your list of routes within this this map. When I first bought World of Subways 2, I streamed it and basically, said, okay, I'll figure out how to drive this thing and take my lumps on stream. By that point, I had been streaming, train sims for like a year or so. I kind of figured, how hard could it be, right? It took me over an hour and a half just to get the train to move because there's no training. And the manual is really not that clear about certain things. So, yeah, on stream, and I had G. Cook Scotland helping me, who had actually bought this game before. He couldn't figure out how to get the train to move at all, to the point that he refunded it shortly after he bought it because he just couldn't figure out how to get the train to move. And so he sat there and watched me play with it for an hour and a half, and we finally got the train to move for the first time. And he was like, this may be your greatest accomplishment ever. Because he just couldn't figure it out. So it's kind of a challenge in this game because there's no tutorial just to figure out how to get the trains to move. It really is. But now that I know how it works, I do enjoy driving. It's just, you take a hit initially trying to figure it out. All right, so let's see. We have some routes that are shorter than others. Just like the other one, I'm just going to do a relatively short route if I can figure it out. Okay, duration here, 13 minutes. It tells you the total route duration. This one's 56 minutes. This one is 7 minutes, 13 minutes, and 23 minutes. All right, so 4 different routes of varying lengths. Let's take the short one. Again, here we can pick the F90 or the H01. We're going to start with the F90. And for some reason, I don't know why, it tells you here you have to click the result to get your report card at the end. It's off by default. So you have to turn that on. So weekday and weekend services. Excuse me, we'll take a weekday service. Now, this is the only game in the series, I believe, where all the routes are 100% underground. So you don't have any above ground portions of the services here. So kind of doesn't matter if we're picking something AM or PM. We don't get to see any real daylight, so it's all underground. But yeah, each one of the other ones, 1, 3, and 4, you have some underground portions as well as above ground portions, which is nice. All right. Let's see. So it doesn't matter what time of day. Let's just grab a service. All right, so we picked our F90. We're driving from Brit Sud to Rudao. Weekday schedule starting at 9:22 a.m., arriving at 9:29. What do we get for details? I don't remember. Oh, it tells you the actual stations. Okay. So again, I guess if you were trying to get the 100% report card, you would try to memorize this timetable and then shut off the HUD, drive without the HUD. But I'm not doing that because I'm not quite that hardcore. I kind of don't care. Oh, one thing I meant to do was show you guys what the list of mission types are. Actually, I think I did. We looked at it real quick. Never mind. I'm sorry. I forgot. All right. So welcome to Berlin Underground. So your train always starts parked in a siding just off of your first stop. All right. So let me look at my handy dandy cheat sheet about setting everything up. So we got cab lights, and I got coach lights. Hang on a second. All right, here's the passenger area. Can we look around? Yeah. And coach lights are this control. Okay, I got it. And then panel lights. And a reverser starts with power to the desk. Turn on the headlights. Does this one have high beams? Okay, so there's the H stock driving past us. It's pretty slick. I like that train. I can't wait to drive it today, actually. So there's a specific brake charge procedure for this. So let me see. If I turn the reverser off, power goes off. If I turn it on, power comes back up. And then I have to do... there is a CIFA system, by the way. So I have to engage the CIFA node. That's this one. And oh, wait. It's a different procedure for each train. So, sorry. Hang on one second, folks. So CIFA is enabled. And then I have to pull the throttle and start charging the brakes. Okay. I forgot something. Why is it not charging? And hello, LA. Welcome. How you doing? Wait, is it charged? And I'm just not paying attention. Let me reset. Hang on one second. Looks like it's charged. Let me try that again. So, turn this up. Oh, there it is. That's how you discharge. All right, I got it. So, set that. It'll charge slowly, but if I... Let me do that again. Just so I remember. That discharges it. If I re-enable the CIFA switch, it slowly charges, but if I put throttle in the notch 2, it charges faster. Okay, I got it. So, alright, so that's my brake charge. Let me see, do outside cams work? Yes, but our outside camera's looking at our first stop and not where we are right now. Technically, I could literally get up and walk around, but we're in a siding. There's really nothing to see where we are. I'm doing okay, Olay. How you doing? Well, you said good. Never mind, sorry. So, Olay, we're going through the World of Subways games. We just did one. Now we're doing Subway 2. Matter of fact, to that note, let me change our title. Since we're going to try to do all 4 games in one stream today. Just do that real quick. It's good to see you, LA. How's your weekend? play anything cool this weekend? Also, that's pretty cool. DJ Acid had a birthday this week, for those who don't know. Nah, nothing cool. Okay, just relaxing. Yeah, for those who don't know, this weekend was also not only our buddy Raven from Zero Gravity Theater's birthday, but it was also DJ Acid's birthday. So I dropped in on each one of those guys, dropped them some birthday biddies. Just relaxing, cool. Alright, I think that's our setup. So, let me see. So I have to engage my dead man switch, which is here. Otherwise you can't drive. And then... So this one is a little tricky to drive because almost kind of like driving a train in a train with AFB. It's a 2-lever control. So you have... Basically, this is a brake throttle control. And then the reverser is not only a reverser, but it sets your speed. So it starts you out at a speed that is, let me look at it, 15 miles per hour max, then 25 miles per hour, kilometers per hour max, then 50, 60, and flat out gets you up to 70. Technically, it'll go as high as 70. There's no real limit, but I haven't driven the train any faster than 70 because there's not a lot of places where you can drive that fast because the stations, for the most part, are relatively close together. But that's how you drive it. So you set the speed, and then you give it throttle, and then basically the throttle also has a brake. So it's like, what is it, 4 positions for braking, including, okay, this one is max brake. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this is neutral, and then you have 2 forward speeds. And that's how you drive. Alright, so the only other thing I didn't do was set up the HUD. So time clock. So same setup like the trains in World of Subways 1, except they're different keys to enable the HUD. Alright, and then I have to set the destination. So our destination is Rudau, I believe. And when we get to the platform, I can show you the destination board is, rendered on the front and back of the train. Alright, so we're already behind schedule because, again, taking me a while to figure out how to get stuff done again. But let's get into the platform. And Code Monkey, to your point, I don't remember how to do announcements. I'm trying to remember if we have announcements. But we do have outside cameras. And I'm not to my stop marker. Also, I didn't remember noticing if we have 4 cars or 6 cars in our train. But you know what? We can get out and look. Alright, left side platform. Let's make sure I know my doors. Alright, they're boarding. Alright, so I can actually get out and walk around here. Yep, so that's our train, U7 to Rudau. But, again, pretty much the same character models we have in World of Subways 1. This one, they're all statues. You won't even find one animated. Like the one in World of Subways 1, you always find 1 or 2 passengers animated on the platform. This one, it seems like they just gave up on it. But luckily, no Manfred. I'm sure it's Manfred somewhere. I mean, this is his stomping grounds. But yeah, so by the time we got to World of Subways 3, they pretty much threw out these characters completely, and I just fell off the platform. How do I climb up? Let me see. Can I can do that. All right. I have a hotkey to return myself to the cab. They threw out all the characters completely and then gave us a fully animated system. So the one in 3 and 4 are pretty much the same. All right, I think that's it. Let me see. Do I need to make announcements? Yes.
Britz Süd. Übergang zum Metrobus. Zug nach Rudow. Einsteigen bitte.
All right, all the announcements are in German, by the way.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Okay. All right, doors are closed. Release the brake. Oh, dead man switch. I'm sorry. I forgot. Since I got up, I have to reset the dead man switch. And I have to recharge the brake. Hang on one second, folks. Little rust. There we go. All right, brakes are charged. Throttle up. So yeah, a little trickier running this system between the speed controller and the brake throttle controller and the CIFA switch and the dead man switch. Is kind of, like I said, driving this for the first time when I first got the game, it literally took us an hour and a half to figure out how to just get this train to move at all, because there's no training for it. But once we got it, it's not too bad to drive. All right, so 70 kilometers per hour limit on this stretch. Green signal ahead anticipated.
Johannesthaler Chaussee. Übergang zum Metrobus. Ausstieg links.
And actually, you know what? I forgot to check to see how many cars I have. 4 or 6. Well, it doesn't matter at this stop. All right, left side platform.
Zug nach Rudow. Einsteigen bitte.
Looks like the boarding is completed. Beware, doors are closing.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Close the doors. All right, we didn't dump the brake pipe that time. Let's go. All right, half a kilometer to our next stop.
Lipschitzallee.
And when I first started playing this, it took me a long time to get used to driving at speed, so I was always late. That time, a little too much speed.
Ausstieg links.
All right, left side platform.
Zug nach Rudo. Einsteigen.
All right, so we can look at the outside camera. So almost finished boarding. All right, we're done. Tell them to beware of the closing doors. And you can see they get warning flashes on the outside that the doors are closing. And away we go. So I'm waiting to see if the outside camera readjusts in the tunnel. I think it does. We'll see. Yeah, here we go. All right, so I'm holding at 25. Let me give it a little more throttle. So we're allowed 70 in this stretch. Let's see. Do we have a horn? Yeah. Let's see what the horn sounds like. That horn is kind of weak sauce. I actually don't remember even hearing it before.
Wutzki-Allee. Ausstieg links.
All right, left side platform.
Zug nach Rudo. Einsteigen bitte.
All right, boarding cycle is done.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
All right, release the brakes. There we go. See, it kind of helps to think of this almost like driving a train with AFB. So we set speed with this handle, and then this is engage or disengage the throttle. Disengage the power.
Zwickauer Damm. Ausstieg links.
All right, left side exit.
Ausstieg links. Einsteigen bitte. Zug nach Rudo. Einsteigen bitte.
All right, motorcycle's done.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
That's our last stop coming up, I believe. And there's a way we can tell them final stop.
Dieser Zug endet hier. Wir bitten alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen. Dieser Zug endet hier. Wir bitten alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen. Ausstieg links.
So this is our final stop. So after this, the only thing we do is we put the train away in the siding, just like where we started. But before we do that, walk around a little bit. And hello, Miss Love. How you doing? I'm doing okay. You've been lurking for an hour? Oh, thanks for lurking. So you can... Oh, damn it. Did it again. Hang on. Fell off the damn platform again. I mean, you literally can walk through the tunnels and stuff. There's stuff out here to see and do, especially in some of the mission types. But if you fall off the platform, I don't know a way to actually climb back on the platform. But there's a hotkey that also always returns you directly to, like, your cab door. Which one is it? I think it's just this. There we go. Yeah. But, you know, as you can see, there is detail. Again, on this one, just like World of Subways 1, you can't walk, you know, from platform to platform. You're just kind of stuck on the platform you land on. But, you know, you can walk inside the trains and stuff if you don't fall like I just did. There are some graphical glitches. Unlike World of Subways 3, you can't walk between the train cars on this one. So there's no way for me to actually open these doors. I mean, I can walk outside and walk to the next car. You can kind of do a little bunny hop. But, yeah, but I can't really walk between the cars. Alright, that's it. Let's close the doors.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Miss Love says doing great. Good to hear. Alright, so I have to recharge the brakes again. Alright, we should be good. Let's go. So from here we just go into the siding and park the train and put it away. So our outside camera here is still anchored to the station. I do think if you get deep enough into the siding here, there is a camera view from outside, but I don't know when it switches over. Yeah, it won't switch over yet. Alright. Alright, neutral, brake 1, brake 2, brake 3, brake 4. And if I reduce to brake 1 more settings, don't crash into the wall. Thank you. It actually initiates the emergency brake. Yeah, that one. Actually, that's the emergency brake. But the emergency brake also dumps the brake pipe, so you have to know how to recharge the brake if you happen to accidentally trigger it. And caller, thank you for the host. Appreciate it. And that's it. So, release the dead man switch, turn off SIFA, turn off the lights, turn off my desk lights, which is P for panel. Oh, I had already turned it off by accident, my bad. And cab lights. And coach lights. And turn off the power. That's it. And we'll get our report card. So 78%. That's not too bad considering I haven't driven this thing in 8 months. So, pardon the cough, folks. Let me grab another cough drop on that note. And Miss Love, thank you for the host also. I appreciate that. And Stiegel Brothers, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Miss Love redeems hydrate. Salute, Miss Love. Elrex says, oh, I missed the route. Oh, you weren't here, Elrex. I'm sorry. It's kind of late where you are. I thought maybe you had already, went to bed or something. Yep. We just did one route. It's 35.1 thousand Gojo points. Yeah, we just did a short hop, Elrex, just to get a warm-up. It's just my first run. So I just drew from Brit Sud to Rudau, the shortest route, only 7 minutes. So let me see, what were our deductions on? Ran to schedule? Yeah, I guess we were a little off, well, we were a lot off schedule because it took me so long to figure out how to set up the train again. But we did okay everywhere else. Stopped at stations properly, stopped at markings properly. Made 83% of our announcements. I've messed up station announcements somewhere. So that, who was it asking me about the announcements before? Code Monkey. That's the, there's our announcements. So I didn't get 100%, but I think it's because I forgot how to do them. 100% on door operations, 83% on passenger comfort. That's better than in New York just now. 80% on correct speed limit. Oh, that's actually good for me. 80%. Hey, Katie. Doing okay? How you doing? Katie, we're doing a World of Subways marathon. We just did World of Subways 1 in New York, New Jersey. Technically, they call it the Path, I think, is that route. And now we're doing World of Subways 2 in the Berlin Underground. I really want to see this, but well, yeah. Well, Rex, there's always the VOD. You can always watch the VOD like tomorrow or something. I know it's late where you are. Don't feel pressure to hang around. But we're going to do another run here if you want to hang out. All right. Let's see. So, again, like with World of Subways 1, we also get a slight deduction here if we use the HUD. So if you do no help via route monitor, and technically it's not the whole HUD, it's just the one that gives you, schedule information, route monitor. So if you can drive without that one element of the HUD, theoretically you can get 100% on your report cards if you do everything else right. Other than that, everything else was good. No use of signal horn at stations. Yeah, Germans don't like you using horns. So don't use the horn if you don't have to. You do another run at U7? Yes. I'm going to do one right after this. And let's see, what else does it say? Activated destination display? Yeah, so this time I set the destination board before we left the station, even though in New York I forgot to do that the first time. No incorrect door operations outside stations, so don't pop the doors in the tunnels, and no emergency braking. All right, 78%. We can do better. I've done better, but only 2 major deductions. That's not too bad. I'll stay. Sleeping rhythm is bad anyway. Okay. All right. So we will set up another timetable service. We'll do one a little bit longer this time. So we'll switch over to the other train. Let's do one more with the F90, and then after that we'll do one with the H stock, the H01. Oh, actually, I just realized this one you can set the length of your train right here. I think it automatically adjusts depending on which route you're driving, though. But I want to, since this train, the F stock is a little more complicated to drive than the H stock, I think I want to do another run in that one. Well, I'm still trying to get used to it. All right, so we check result for our report card. Elrex, do you have a preference on what you'd like to see me drive? I just did Britsu to Rudao, which is only 7 minutes. I mean, there's only 4 routes, really. This one's 56 minutes. I'm probably not going to do that. But we can do the Mackenbrücke route, or we can do the Richard Wagner Platz route. Either one of those would probably be reasonable time-wise. Don't have any favorite. You like them all. Okay, good. Yeah, I like them all too. This one's really long. This is an hour. This is the longest, the full service, basically. Let me see. How many stops do we get there? I can't even count. That's a lot of stops, but yeah. So, as you can see, if you really kind of want to do, full meat and potatoes services, you can do that. Let me see. This one's 13 minutes. Why don't we grab one of this one? And then we'll switch over to the H01, drive that sucker. All right, time of day really doesn't matter. Actually, time of day probably matters in terms of how many passengers we get. I was just thinking time of day doesn't matter because we never see the anything but the underground, so there's no, daylight, nighttime, to be rendered. All right, we'll pick a midday service, something like that. Actually, folks, before we do that, I think I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I will be back in a second. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back. Alrighty. Let's see what else did I miss in chat before we proceed. Elric says, my favorite line is the Berlin S9 to Berlin Airport, but this isn't developed in any game. It's the airport of Berlin. Oh, okay. To the airport of Berlin. Gotcha. Cool. All right. All right, let me grab my handy dandy cheat sheet. All right, you know what, folks? Actually, I think I was going to do another run in the H stock, but I think I'm going to change up and do the next run in the the F stock. I'm going to change to the H stock. Just in the interest of time, if we're going to try to do runs on every one of the games, I'm just kind of looking at the clock. I mean, I'd probably like to do 2 more on this one, but that might mean we don't get to all 4 games in the series, which I've never done before, so I'm trying to do that. So let's switch to the H stock, and then we'll probably, right after we run that one, we'll move on to World of Subways 3. All right. So, yeah, we'll do the same run just with the H stock instead of the F stock. Stiegel Brothers is not full screen. Yes, I know. I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. It's only the main menu setup. The game itself does not render that way. There's nothing I can do about it. It's an older game. But thank you. All right, so let's set that up. Anyway, welcome, Stiegel Brothers. How you doing? How's everything? Do you play train sims? Alrighty. So, this is the H stock. You do not place train sims. Oh, okay. Just hanging out for general curiosity then? Elrex says in PS4 now. Sorry, hang on one second. Rating could be longer. All right. Let me try that again. All right, set up the HUD. And set the destination board, which in this case is, what is it again? Grenseley. Starting at Muckenbrücke to Grenseley. All right. Now, this desk is completely different than the one on the H stock. I still have the same coach lights, cab lights rather, excuse me, coach lights. Oop, wrong one. Now you can see the interior of this train is completely different because it has gangway connectors. There's no doors from car to car. So that is totally different. Let's see, panel lights. Now I don't have a separate throttle brake controllers. I have a single brake controller, throttle brake controller. But you set your speed with these 8 buttons on the left side of the panel here. So each one in KMH, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, and the other one is half steps of each. So if I wanted to go 25, I would go this and that, for example. So that's kind of how that works. All right, we'll set that to 15 for now. I still have to charge the brakes. Lovely Berlin subway. Oh, okay. Let me think. All right, so also have to turn on the headlights, but the lights on this one, the controls are different than they are on the H stock. So it's either one or the other, I think. Okay, there should be on. All right, charge the brakes. So on this one, all I have to do is engage the brake controller, I believe. To neutral. There we go. So that's neutral position. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's braking settings. And then the emergency brake is 1 down from that. Which makes this one kind of difficult for me to drive because occasionally, unless I'm counting my braking stops, I dump the brake pipe because I triggered the emergency brake by accident. Because it's all on the same handle. But 1, 2, 3, 4 braking positions. Neutral, fast charges the brakes. And then I have 2 forward positions after that. All right. So we're due into our first stop at Muckenbrücke in 1 minute. All right, so we should be still on time. Can we see outside yet? No, outside position still anchored to the platform. Let me think. Anything else we need to do before we get going? Nope, HUD set up. Time clock is up. Destination board's up. Let's go. Oh, I have to set the dead man switch. So yeah, this train is really smooth to drive. Has pretty good sound too for, an older game. And I think the modeling is actually not too bad. It's a nice model. It's not a lot of, you know, functional controls rendered on the side panel.
Möckernbrücke. Übergang zur U1. Ausstieg links.
All right, nobody's on my train, so there's nobody for me to make announcements to. I'm just testing. That's what it looks like outside. Pretty good looking train in my opinion. All right, so I don't know how many cars we have. I'll just go to the end stop marker. And we'll get out. Hopefully I'll remember to count this time when I get out. I think we have 4 cars though, but I'm not sure. All right, open the doors is I forgot already. All right. Actually, I'm a little bit behind schedule right now, but let me get out anyway because I want to show you guys the inside of the car, the train. I'll show you inside and outside. So, yep, that's what it looks like. Pretty slick. Nice glass front. Destination board set. But because the gangway connectors, you can walk from car to car without switching, you know, going through doors or risking falling out of the train. So headlights and taillights are set automatically when you set your headlights. Destination boards, I believe, are functional, but they're not very high resolution. Not destination boards, but passenger information screens. But they did, you know, they did bother to render them, so that's something. All right, so we should be ready to go.
Einsteigen bitte.
Oops, sorry, wrong button.
Zurückbleiben bitte. Damm. Übergang zur U6. Dieser Zug endet hier. Wir bitten alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen.
All right, that's going to be a mistake because I basically told them this is the last stop. Oh, man.
Ausstieg rechts.
All right. I was trying to tell them right side platform, but I hit the wrong button. All right, right side exit. Tell them all aboard.
Einsteigen bitte.
All right, boarding cycle is done. Tell them the doors are closing.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Close the doors. All right, speed limit is 70. Let's give them 70. All right, half a click to our next stop. So So, pretty good looking train. I like it. Kind of drives like a tram almost.
Gneisenaustraße. Ausstieg links.
Alright, so told him the station name and left side platform. And I forgot to count the cars again. Still don't know if we have 4 or 6, but I'll assume 6, because I don't know.
Einsteigen bitte.
Alright, load cycle's done.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Stiegel Brothers, if you're still hanging out, what type of games do you like to play? If you don't play, look like 4 cars? Okay, thanks, Code Monkey. If you don't play train sims. Alright. Whoop. Got the speed limit set wrong. Crank it up to 70. Although we got a reduction here. To 25.
Südstern. Ausstieg links.
Alright, so 4 cars. We'll try to hit the 4-car marker. Actually, they're the same on this stop. But yeah, hitting our stop markers correctly gives us bonus points in our report card.
Einsteigen bitte. Einsteigen bitte. Zurückbleiben bitte.
One, 2, 3. Yep, 4 cars. Thanks, Code Monkey. Rex says, this always reminds me of the visits in Berlin. Lovely time back then. Okay. How far from Berlin do you live, Elrex? Alright, reduction ahead, though. To 65.
Hermannplatz. Übergang zur U8. Ausstieg links.
Overshot my marker. Wasn't paying attention. It's okay.
Einsteigen bitte. Zurückbleiben bitte.
Look at that. They even got graffiti in the underground. Like I said, they put a lot more detail into the tunnels here than Dovetail did. Have I been there in Berlin? No, I've never been to Germany. Unfortunately, I'd like to visit, but I haven't been there yet. I have a friend who was stationed in the army there for a while. He loved it. A guy I grew up with.
aus Neukölln. Ausstieg links.
Yeah, he was there with the Army. And he really, really loved it there.
Einsteigen bitte. Zurückbleiben bitte. Karl-Marx-Straße. Ausstieg links. Einsteigen bitte. Einsteigen bitte. Zurückbleiben bitte.
Elric says it's nice, but very difficult because of the virus. Yeah. I really want to travel to the U.S., for example. Yeah, right now it's really hard to travel to other countries. Matter of fact, from what I've heard, a lot of European countries are basically telling Americans don't come there because our rates of infection are still pretty bad. I mean, I just read in the news this morning that we set a new record yesterday for new infections. So, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Neukölln. Übergang zur S-Bahn. Ausstieg links.
So I'm hoping that changes soon, and I'm hoping that the vaccines work. That's all I can say. I'm hoping they work, man. We need them. Because it's very hard to get people to sacrifice to keep others safe, it seems like.
Einsteigen bitte.
And it's a lot to ask, to be honest. It really is. But we should be able to do better than we're doing.
Zurückbleiben bitte.
Kind of embarrassing. Infections rising there too, unfortunately. Yeah, and even the UK just went into a new lockdown. So, I mean, it's not just the United States. Although our infection rates are the worst right now. But we're also a very big country. Hard to get 300+ million people to do the right thing,
Grenzallee. Ausstieg links. Dieser Zug endet hier.
All right, this is our
Wir
last
bitten
stop.
alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen. Dieser Zug endet hier. Wir bitten. Dieser Zug endet hier. Wir bitten alle Fahrgäste auszusteigen. Zurückbleiben bitte.
All right, so we're about 2 minutes behind schedule, end to end. Not horrible, considering how late I started, but could have done a little better. All right, into the siding we go. Excuse me. But yeah, this is a nice train to drive. It's very easy to drive. The only challenge I have with it, like I said, is the way the throttle brake controller is set up. I have a habit of dumping the emergency brake, because just pulling back to, you know, max braking, if you're not counting your settings, it's very easy to over brake and just end up going right to emergency, which dumps the brake pipe. So I do that all the time by accident, unfortunately. Alright, so we are parked. And to Ms. Love's point, we did not hit the wall. But also, this is a train where you can't really hit the wall because there's buffers. But still no... there's no honor in hitting the buffers either, and I'm sure it's also quite expensive. Alright, so coach lights off. Panel lights off. Cab light off.
Melde keine besonderen
Whoa, what
Vorkommnisse.
did I do? That's the wrong button.
Haben verstanden. Halten Sie Ihren Fahrplan ein. Durchsage Ende.
Oh. What? I think I hit the hotkey to call the dispatcher by accident. I don't know what he said, though. Rex, do you have any idea what was just said there? Because I don't speak German. Rex says, we got a high score here, too, but what do you do? What do you do? You can't change it, even I want to change it back to normal, right? Exactly. Yeah. Got to do what you got to do, right? Cab lights is what I was looking for. Let's see, anything else? Turn off the headlights. There we go. And that's it. Let's get our report card, see how we did. 82%. All right, a little bit better than the last run. Only 2 deductions. Did not quite run the schedule, a little off schedule. I think we're 2 minutes behind, like I said. And the only other deduction is for the route monitor. Again, driving without the HUD. That's the only way you can get 100%. Everything else I was 100% on except, what's that last one? Correct speed limit. So I didn't quite hit the speed limits. 90%. I missed something somewhere. But 90% is pretty close. Elrex says, yes, everything's good. Just drive your timetable, he said. Okay. Oh, is that what he said? Okay. Yeah, I know you can use the dispatcher radio. Not bad. Thank you, Hannah. I know you can use the dispatcher radio in some of the scenarios, or the missions, as they call them. For example, there's only 5 missions. Which one is it? I think it's this emergency mission. Yeah, you get some unexpected, things happen on your train. Like somebody gets sick and you kind of have to stop somewhere in the tunnel, I believe, between stations, and basically stop the train near an emergency exit where somebody can be taken off your train for like a heart attack or something like that. And when you do that, I believe you call the radio dispatch. Yes, the V key I hit by accident. I was trying to hit the Y key to turn off my cab light, and I misinterpreted what I was looking at. And then I know you also use the dispatch key in another scenario for, I think there's something else where something happens in the tunnel and he has to reroute you. So he routes you like a detour, and then you're driving to a new schedule, so you have to radio into the dispatcher to get different instructions. So yeah, a couple of these scenarios that comes into play, but otherwise I kind of forgot I even had a radio. All right, so that's it for that one. All right, so that's our first two down. So now I'm sure what all our UK friends have been waiting for, the crown jewel of the series, we're going to switch over to World of Subways 3, the London Underground. And I have to make some setup changes here. So bear with me for a couple minutes while I put all that in place, folks. And thanks again for hanging out, everybody. I haven't done the World of Subways series in a really long time. Like I said, I hadn't streamed it since June. Well, June is when I streamed World of Subways 3 last, but I hadn't streamed the other 3 since March, and actually January for World of Subways 4. So kind of nice to get back to them. I've never done this before where I do all of them in one stream. But again, I don't think it's real different, to be honest, from when I do Train Sim World, because in Train Sim World we're doing kind of like, 3-4 different services and scenarios over one stream. We're switching between different maps, right? So we're kind of doing the same thing here. We're doing, 3 or 4 different routes across the length of the stream. It's just we're doing them on 4 different games. So it's kind of similar. I've never tried it this way before. I kind of surprised I never thought of doing it this way before. All right, so I got to switch a number of things here. So hang on, folks. And it's only because World of Subways 3 has this weird quirk on my system. I don't know why, where every video game, because I have a double monitor setup, okay? So every other game that I stream, all the games appear in my primary monitor. I can switch them manually if I need to using Windows hotkeys, but everything usually by default renders in my number one monitor. For some reason, ever since I switched to double monitors, World of Subways 3 will only render in my second monitor. And I've tried a number of things to try to get it, to force it to go to the other monitor, and I've never been able to figure out how to fix that. So that means I kind of have to set up all my non-stream stuff to now work in the other screen. It's a pain in the tuchus. But it's also a reason unfortunately, that I don't stream World of Subways 3 very much anymore. Because it's just annoying for me to have to do that. Alright, so switch our title before I forget. And we should be good to go. Wait, oh, I forgot one more thing I gotta do. Let's see how that works. I gotta do... Oh, crap. How do I do that? Hang on one second. Oh, I remember now. Here we go, that should work. And I have to do one more thing, I forgot, hang on. Hope that works. It should be okay. Alrighty. And hello, how's that pronounced? Throne? 40? Hello and welcome, how are you? All right, I think that's set everything. Let's give that a shot. Is that right? All right, let's fire it up. Damn it. Come on, game. There we go. Throne said, doing good, and you got it right. Okay, cool. Well, welcome aboard. Hope you you like train sims, Throne. Do you play them yourself, or just hanging out for curiosity? All right, folks, so we have gone from New York, New Jersey to Berlin, Germany, now to London, England, UK. And I think for everybody who has played at least some of the World of Subways games, this is probably most people's favorite. It's definitely my favorite. So what we're driving here is the London Underground. Hold on 1 second. I gotta get my cheat sheet correct. Where is it? Oh, it's... How did that happen? Ah. All right, I don't need that. I don't need that. I do need that. All right, there we go. Hang on. And... For those who do not already know, let me switch for a second. I'll show you this. So this is basically the London Underground Circle Line map. You get this as a PDF. It comes with the game. This is the entire London Underground as far as I know. But what we are driving in this game is the Circle Line. It's a route that runs kind of this inner loop. If you can see that here, starts at Hammersmith. If you're going clockwise this way, all the way out to Liverpool Street, Aldgate, loops back around this way to Victoria, ends up at Edgware Road as the terminus. Actually goes through Edgware Road twice. Trains are your hobby, Sister Ron. Okay, cool. Well, you're in good company here. A lot of rail fans hanging out right now. So, basically, this is the only part of the route that we're driving in this game. So, in Train Sim World 2, they introduced the Bakerloo line, right? So, from what I understand, the Bakerloo line is, if I'm not mistaken, this brown route here, starting Elephant and Castle, kind of crawling up this way, has a couple stations that overlap with what we're driving in this game. And up this way, is it that one? Up through, yeah, Wembley, North Wembley. And I believe in Bakerloo line on World of Subways 2, I think it's Harrow and Wealdstone is the terminus, I think. Yeah, because I remember going through Queen's Park. I think the terminus is Harrow and Wealdstone, but I'm not 100% sure. Excuse me. But in this game, yeah, we're just driving the Circle Line in this inner loop here. Alrighty, so let's get rolling on that. Actually, let me get that PDF. I need that PDF to set up my routes. All right. So, sorry, Throne. Do you play Train Simulator or Train Sim World, or what other train sims do you play? All right, so like with the other two routes, I'm going to run a relatively short route just to get a warm-up, and then we'll pick something a little bit longer. So I think I'm going to take just a short hop from Edgware Road to Hammersmith, or vice versa, really. Hammersmith to Edgware Road. And let's do something, mid-afternoonish, something like that. And we will have trance weather. I'm not going to pick the weather. Sunshine, clouds, and rain are pretty much the only weather choices you get. Alrex says, I use TSW2 and ZUSI3. Oh, you play ZUSI3 also? Okay. Yeah, I know our friend Daffy's used to play ZUSI also. He was an early adopter of it. Yeah, I've seen it streamed. Alrighty. So welcome to Hammersmith Station in London. So this is our driver avatar. And as you can see, compared to the first two games in the series, the passengers here are fully animated. They're completely different models. And so is our driver. We didn't have a model driver before. And as you can hear, this guy has really squeaky shoes. So as a result, I've kind of nicknamed him Squeaky. So this is our buddy Squeaky. And what I'm doing right now is I'm going to the back end of the train to set up the back destination board. And actually, how do I, there it is, shift. Actually, before I do that, I need to turn on the destination board lights and the tail lights. No, I turned an event by accident. Destination board is right there. Go. So we're going to Edgware Road. So analog process here. All right, destination board is on. Tail lights are on. So as you can see, all the windows on the train are a little foggy. And they'll stay that way until we turn on the ventilation systems or the climate control systems, and then they'll clear up. Also, since you kind of have, a driver avatar to represent yourself, you can really walk around these stations completely. And look at stuff. But, unlike Train Sim World, there's no collectibles or anything here. But you can kind of walk through and, look at a lot of stuff. All right. All right, there's our HUD. So we are scheduled to depart at 15:08. It's 15:05 right now. We got about 3 minutes. So our setup is turn on the reverser, turn the throttle controller to, not that one, notch 1, that gives us power to the desk. And then I will open the doors and let the nice people on the train. And And then the fun part of this game is setting up the announcements, and that's done with this box here. So we start by programming, and you kind of have to look at that map that I showed and know which direction you're traveling in, what your starting and end points are. And you program those in to this box. It's called the Digital Voice Announcer. And once you do that, then it'll automatically control the announcements for the rest of your tour. Alright, so select route. So we're doing circle line clockwise is outer rail. Enter that. Starting station is here at Hammersmith. Enter that. Destination for us is Edgware Road. And there's two versions of Edgware Road, so you kind of have to know which one you're looking for, because you drive through it twice, or you can. This one says Edgware Road End. That's not the end that we're looking for. We're actually looking for, there's another one. Because the end is the terminus, as if you're going the full clockwise route. It's where you end up after you drive through it the second time. If you're driving through it the first time, like we are, straight from Hammersmith, then it's a different designation. Let me see if I can find it. It's Edgware Road, no end. So we enter that. And now we enter again, that completes the programming.
This is Hammersmith.
Alright. Theron says you play Train Sim World 1 and 2, Transport Fever 1 and 2, Train Fever, Train Mechanic Sim, and Trains with a Z, a new era. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I mean, you've been in the hobby a lot longer than me. I've only been driving for a couple years. I started with Train Sim World 2, and obviously, well, not obviously, but in this game also. Alright, so let's set up our switches here. Cab light on, destination board light. And hello, Alex. Thank you for the host, Alex. Welcome. How you doing? All right, gauge lights, headlights, ventilation. Leave the cab lights off. And Throne, thank you for the follow. All right. Also on this wall, I have to turn on the coach heating or the saloon heating and turn on their lighting. Looks like we got a rainy day, so I also have to run the wipers, so we'll set those. And I'm going to set the destination board, excuse me, again, Edgware Road. Alright. So we leave, actually now, we're going to be late a little bit. Their door, close my door. Now, one thing I didn't do is run the brake test. You know, we're going to be a little late, but I'm going to do it anyway. So the brake test is controlled with this console here. So we turn this on. So first thing we do is throttle up to, I forget what setting, but it starts charging. And what we're looking to do is charge until this first light comes on, which is hard to see in this light. But it just came on. I can see it because I know what to look for. That's stage 1. The next one is you reverse the controller to let it discharge the brake. And then that's stage 2. So that worked, and then set it the other way again. So if anybody's playing Bakerloo Line on Train Sim World, the throttle brake controller is pretty much the same. All right, brake test is passed, and I could have drove the train without doing the brake test, but we would get a small deduction on our report card. All right, so let me check one more thing real quick. Sorry. Here we go. Alright, set the dead man switch. Reverse it to forward. Alright, should be good to go. Let's do it. Alex says, not played this in a while. Yeah, same here, Alex. I hadn't streamed this one since June. And, the other 3 games in the series I hadn't played since March and in January, according to my records. Or streamed them anyway. But we're doing all 4 today. Just for fun.
The next station is Gold Hawk Road.
Good luck, says Alex. Thanks. 8 more followers till 500. Oh, me? Really? Oh, okay, cool. I hadn't even noticed. And doors are which way again? Sorry, a little rusty. That's my door. That's the passenger doors.
This is Gold Hawk Road. This is a Circle Line train to Edgware Road via Paddington and Baker Street.
I'm doing okay, Alex. How about yourself? Alex is going to hang out. Okay, Alex. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the host. Have a good evening. Let's see. Our departure time was 2 minutes ago. All right, we're running a little bit late. That's all. So most of the announcements are automatic, but you can do some automatic announcements, manual announcements with this box.
Stand clear of the doors.
Elrex says, do your own Munich to Augsburg for TSW2. Oh, do I own it, rather? No, I haven't picked that one up yet. I only have the Cologne to Aachen line.
The next station is Shepherd's Bush Market.
But I am going to get it. I just didn't buy it day one. I probably would have if Dovetail had offered a pre-order discount on it, but I didn't. Alright, overshot a little bit there. Still shaking the rust off. And hello, Jisoo. How you doing?
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Alex says early night work in the morning. Okay. And doing good. All right, Alex. Thanks again, man. Have a good night. Excuse me. See, this is a nice model. These are the old C stock, which I believe they don't use anymore on this line. I think I use the S stock now, if I'm not mistaken. Which I think you can drive the S stock in one of the routes on Train Simulator. I don't own it myself because I don't have Train Simulator, but I've seen it. Jisoo says, doing good. I'm doing okay, Jisoo. Also, for anybody who picks up any one of the first 3 games that we've played, World of Subways 1, 2, or 3, the first 3 games in the series, make sure you apply what's called the 4 gigabyte patch. Because these games was written for older versions of Windows, so they only can use up to 2 gigabytes of memory. And there's a third-party patch that was written that will extend the usable memory up to 4 gigabytes. That will basically help it run stable on Windows 10.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
So if you do end up becoming interested enough to pick up one of these games, definitely make sure you apply that patch. It does a world of good in allowing it to run stable on current operating systems. WoS2 Services 4 does not require that. It's in a slightly newer engine, so you don't have to apply the memory patch for WoS2 Services 4. But the first 3 you definitely do. When I first started streaming this game,
The next station is
until I found out about the 4 gig patch, I couldn't stream it more than 30 minutes to an hour before it would crash, and that wasn't enough, obviously to get through a stream. But once I applied the 4 gig patch, I've streamed it as long as 3 hours. Although I developed a rule of thumb where every 2 hours at max, I'll manually restart the game just to make sure it continues to run smooth. All right, so you can, like I said, you can kind of manually key some of the announcements here. You can kind of see them a little bit here. There's a panel under the buttons that tells you what each one is. Like, you can be polite.
Thank you for traveling on the Circle Line.
Tell them to watch their step.
Mind the gap.
Tell them they can't smoke.
Please remember, smoking is not allowed on any London Underground train or station.
And tell them you're about to close the doors.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
And there's other things that you can key the voice announcer to say, but a lot of the other ones are kind of non-routine things, like we're at a delay, please be patient, things like that. It's kind of too bad that they didn't put the voice announcements for this
Next
one.
station is Ladbroke Grove.
At least some of those manual announcements. It's kind of a shame they didn't put them on hotkeys like we have for the first 2 games in the series. So most of those announcements I kind of just had mapped, or they're mapped by default to the your numpad on your keyboard. So it kind of would have been handy if
Circle Line train to Edgware Road
they would have just
via Paddington,
mapped
Baker
those,
Street.
because this is kind of a numpad setup, right? But that's that's not something they did, unfortunately.
Stand clear of the doors.
But no complaints, because at least these games have announcements. It's just something I really wish we had on the Bakerloo line. But, never give up hope, I guess. Maybe one day Dovetail will, get a project together and actually add them. That would be nice. Because other than the announcements,
Next station is Westbourne Park.
I really don't have a lot of complaints about Bakerloo line on Train Sim World 2. I think they did a pretty good job with it overall. I just really missed the announcements.
This is Westbourne Park. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. This is a Circle Line train to Edgware Road via Paddington and Baker Street. Stand clear of the doors.
Alright, so we're running about 3 minutes behind schedule. But that's okay. That's why I took a short route, just to get a little warm up. Alright, horn here, and technically whistle. Alright, we're still on the above ground portion of the route. And incoming raid from Strudel Cakes. Hello, welcome. And howdy to you too, Strudel Cakes. Thank you for the raid.
The next station is Royal Oak.
How are you this evening? And hello, Desktoppers! Welcome to the viewers of Strudel Cakes channel. We're doing a little train simming here today, guys. This particular route, and we got a right side platform here,
This is Royal Oak.
is the Circle Line in the London Underground, otherwise known as the Tube. We're playing all the games in what's called the World of Subways series, 1 through 4. Which I've streamed each one of them at different points in time, but I've never streamed them all back to back like this. Alright, let's take a quick pause before we continue. And, hello, Busa! Busa, thanks for the host. So, Strudel Cakes, shout out to you. Thank you again for the raid. Looks like you were playing some Dark Souls just now. Okay. How'd your stream go today? Strudel Cakes says, not doing bad. How about yourself? I'm doing okay, thank you. And hello, Minister Gold. Sorry. Hello and welcome to you. Minister Goat sounds kind of badass, though. But sorry about that, Minister Gold. How you doing, Busa? Hope you're having a good weekend. Mr. Gold says, Kojo, nice to meet you. No worries. Okay, thank you. Das Tubbers, how are you today? And is this your doing? Did you decide to introduce us to a new friend? Or introduce Strudel Cakes to us as new friends? Busa says just a super, super chill weekend. Nice, Busa. Good to hear it, man. And, is that Fabico? Hello and welcome to you. Thank you for the follow, if I'm reading that correctly. All right. Oh, damn it. I can't read that. Oh, come on. Oh. Give me 1 second, folks. OBS is doing something stupid on me right here that I've never done before. Damn it. Crapola. Let me see if I can fix that. Hang on with me 1 second, folks. There we go. That's better. Kind of the resizable panels things that kind of did something weird and I couldn't reset it. There we go. Alrighty. Das Tepper says, doing good, making dinner. Okay, got you. Do you use a Stream Deck? No, I don't, Elrex. To me, Stream Decks cost too damn much. I don't think I'll ever have one. All right. But Minister Gold, thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it. And I don't know if Das Tepper's heard my question or not, but I'm sorry, strudel cakes I meant. I was just wondering if you were the one who recommended strudel cakes to raid us. That's all. Strudel cakes. I'm just wondering how you came across our channel. That's all. All right, let's resume our service here. All right, our doors closed. They are not.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Also, one thing I should probably say about this game compared to the first two World of Subways games is you can control the game, the controls either with hotkeys or just by, you know, graphically clicking the control on the desk. So that's kind of cool. In the first two games in the series, you can only run your controls with hotkeys. So the desk itself in-game is not interactive. Mr. Gold says, I used to live in Berkeley, so this is taking me back. Oh, okay. Das says, yeah, I suggested Busa backed. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Das. Thank you, Busa. Appreciate it. Always like making new friends on Twitch.
Next station is Paddington. Change for the Bakerloo Line and National Rail Services.
Strudel Cakes, if you're still hanging out, what other type of things do you stream? Oops, wrong side.
Is Paddington. Change here for the Bakerloo Line
There we go.
and National Rail Services. This is a Circle Line train to Edgware Road via Baker Street and King's Cross and Pancras. Stand clear of the doors.
All right, safety light is on. We should be good with the doors. Elrex says, I'm head out for now. Time for bed. All right, thanks, Elrex. Yeah, 1:14 a.m. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate you hanging out as long as you did. Sleep well. Have a good night. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Alright, so now we're back in the underground. So again, just like the first two games in the series, guys, you can see the tunnel itself is nicely, you know, nicely modeled, nicely detailed. You can see stuff. It's not just a, pardon the expression, black hole, right? I mean, there's signals down here, there's cabling, and, you know, all type of stuff. Matter of fact, there's a red signal here. Let me not spad. Alright, so we're waiting here. I guess we're probably waiting for somebody else in the block ahead of us. Elrex says thank you too. Okay, Elrex. Good night, man. Alright, so we're probably not going to be sitting here long, but I could probably key in a apology for being late to the passengers. Let me see which notice that is, because I don't use them very often. There it is.
London Underground apologises for the delay on this service.
Man, her voice is so pleasant. She could be cussing me out in that voice, and I would still be charmed by it. I think there's another one that says something like, "We'll be held here for a short time." Oh, here it is. I see it.
This service will be held here for a short time to even out the gaps in the service.
So, yeah, stuff we don't use very often, but they did put a lot of thought into the voice announcements. Or at least, that is a pleasant voice, yeah. Or at least the devs, you know, bothered to model a lot of the voice announcements. They could have left a lot of stuff out, I guess. Ahead. Green here. Reduction to 20 suggested. Alright, caution here, but we're going to be crossed over to the left.
Is Edgware Road. Change for other Circle Line services in the direction of High Street, Kensington from platform 2 and for the
Actually, we're still being held here. So we're going to be crossed over to the left, but there's a train, as you can see, sitting in the platform, so we're still waiting.
London Underground apologises for the delay on this service.
Booster says, of course, to the passenger in cars, they just hear wah, 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 buzz, buzz, via wah, buzz, yeah. Kind of like Charlie Brown, right, Booster? Where the kids all hear the adults as wah, 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 wah. How sim are these games, says Boosa? Like, if you choose to, can you just ramp up to max speed and not let up? Some of them you can. You can. Alright, we're clear to go. Let's go. This particular line, probably not. Because the signals are, you know, regulate you and you really can't do much about it. But for example, the other game I played, Train Sim World 2, we're running a German high-speed line. There's a route there there's a high-speed line that you can drive up to 250 kilometers per hour.
This is Edgware Road.
And actually, this is our last stop. I need to tell them it's our last stop.
In the direction of High Street, Kensington from platform 2 and for the District Line. All change, please. This train terminates here. When leaving the train, please ensure that you take all your belongings with you. All change, please. This train terminates here.
All right. But my point is, on that German high-speed line, even though our legal speed is 250 km/h, I have driven that train up to 370. And basically I did that by picking a long stretch on the line where it's relatively straight and doesn't have a lot of signals, and turning all the safety systems off, and then just, you know, flat out balls to the wall until I ran out of track. So I got it up to 370. So it depends on the sim. Hannah says that signal there used to catch me out a lot. Yeah, me too, Hannah. You mean the one where it's telling us, you know, transition to the left? Yeah. They used to get me all the time. So I know to look for it now. Das Tupper says, does it do like Train Sim and game over if you spad? Yep. Yeah. Game over if you go through a red light, because that's a huge no-no in railroading. Booster says, lols, yeah. Looking at train games, found one called Multi-Track Drifting. That looks more my speed. I never heard of that one, Booster. Alright, so this is our last stop, folks, so I will walk around a little bit. Show you guys some more details so you can kind of... This one, like World of Subways 1, you can actually open the doors or actually walk around between cars. But this one is different in that you can open the doors between the cars and go car to car. So, you know, that's kind of cool. They modeled that. The walking controls themselves are a little wonky in that I can only go forward. I can't like strafe left or right or walk backwards. So that part's a little weird. But I can walk and run. And yeah, so completely different passenger models. These are much updated compared to the first two games. And they're fully animated. They board your train, they disembark from your train. So big leap in, well, I can't go that way. Realism between 2 and 3 in that way. And then in World of Subways 4, they use the same models generally, even though it's a different country. But if I remember correctly, they did something a little bit extra with the modeling that I can't remember, or at least with the animation for the AIs that I can't remember right now. Das Tubber says, how about inverted camera controls on maps? Ugh. Inverted camera controls. What do you mean, Das? Sorry. But yeah, these stations you can pretty much explore more fully than you could in the first two games in the series. Also, if I remember correctly, in this game, if you walk off the platform, you fall through the world. So don't do that. Yeah, I think I remember learning that the hard way. Also, there are some interactive light switches on the platforms here. And it's kind of hard to see, but what they actually do is turn on lights in the entrance to the tunnels. I don't know why they bothered to model that, but they did. But it's kind of daytime right now, so you can't see that well. But it works. But as you can see, my train is totally empty. And normally when you call out last stop, that's what they do. They respond by completely emptying the train. If you don't call out last stop, you'll still have people left on your train. They'll sit there until you tell them otherwise. Das Tubber says, Twilight Princess inverted the controls on maps. Like you hit up and the map goes down. Why? Oh, okay. I understand. It's not logical. Yeah. Code Monkey says no more. So. Sorry, I'm reading that wrong. No more women on the billboard selling Corona. No, but they're selling other stuff. Actually, to your point, I haven't looked at the billboards that much. These look a lot more cultural. You can also see they're a little higher res than the ones in the first two games. You get like, art advertisements and that kind of stuff. There's also a route map. Yeah, like this one. You can see those. A little bit. Let me see. Can I zoom in any closer? I guess I can a little bit. So yeah, that's pretty much just like the PDF map I showed you guys. What about on the train itself? Do we get ads? Alright, not so high res here. No, it just looks like route information here. So no on train advertisements. Excuse me. But yeah, Code Monkey, I guess the ads are not as salacious on this line. All right, let's shut it down, get our report card. All right, a whopping 58%. Ooh. I'm not even going to read the deductions because unlike the first two games in the series, the report cards on this one are either bogus or bugged because it'll tell me things that I know 100% I did correct were wrong. So it's a much tougher grader. And I don't know if they did that on purpose just to keep you humble or if there's a bug about it that was never fixed. All right. So let's grab one more service here. And then we'll switch back to New York before the stream wraps. So again, kind of like the other ones, you have, multiple routes going in each direction. It's not like it's a long list of services, but you have, full day's timetable. I mean, these trains run pretty much almost 24 hours, at least in game they do. So let's see, we started Hammersmith to Edgware. Let me real quick tab out and look at my map. All right. All right, so we're going to pick a different starting point. I'm not going to run the full route just in the interest of time. Because I think if you run the full route in the end, it's over an hour. So if you want a nice long route, you could do that. Let's see. Where's the Mansion House? So I used to play this off stream enough that I kind of used to know a lot of these stops, these routes by heart. And I'm just kind of a little rusty. Where's Mansion House again? Mansion House to Paddington. There's Paddington. Oh, there it is. I see it. Let's do a different one about. Do that. I'm basically looking to cover a different part of the route that we didn't drive just now, so. Let's just do, that goes the other direction. I don't want to go that way. Let's do Edgware Road to Mansion House. Let me double check something. Hang on one second. Is that going clockwise or counterclockwise? That is. All right. Part of the problem is trying to figure out some of these routes. In every case, you have to know whether you're going counterclockwise versus clockwise. But I can't always tell by the endpoints which way we're going. But let's try that one anyway. All right, let's kind of do earlier morning. Alrighty. Oh, we got another rainy day. Really? Alright, so... Sorry. Part of the trick for me also is trying to figure out which way I'm facing. Alright, let me think. What platform is this? Platforms are numbered, and that also helps whether I know if I'm going east or west when I depart. This is platform 3. I think we're driving eastbound. This is kind of, I think, the way we drove in, I think? Or is it the other way? Alright, but in any case, let's set up the back cab. I know this is our back. Alright, so I'm going to set up our tail lights and the back destination board. And we are driving to Mansion House in this loop, so set that. Alright, set up good there. Das Tubber says eastbound and down. Yeah. Loaded up and training. Training for what, Das? Oh, no. Okay, no, it's going the opposite way the way I thought, because it depends on which staircase I can climb. This is the way we climbed up before. So this is going the opposite way of the way we just drove into the station on the last service. Alright, so I know which way we're going now. Alright, I got it. Alright, set up our HUD. Turn on our cab light, destination board light, dashboard lights, headlights, cab ventilation's already on. Set up the coach or saloon heating and lighting. Set up a destination board. We're going to Mansion House. Oop, passed it. Alright, and now I gotta program the DVA. So the way we're going now is counterclockwise. So into programming, counterclockwise is inner loop. Right? Yeah, inner loop. Alright, we're starting at Edgware Road. Start, that should be correct. Or end. And destination is Mansion House. Should have scrolled the other way. I think I went the exact longest way to get there. Alright, we're done. Alright, so let the nice people on the train.
This is Edgware Road. Change here.
And our departure, we start the service at 8:29 a.m. So we're leaving in about 65 seconds. Let me do the brake test while I can.
Line train to Hammersmith via Paddington.
Phase 1's done. Phase 2 is done. And I know it's kind of hard for you guys to see, but I'm looking at this group of 6 lights. Each one lights up in a different color. I can see it just from experience, but that green light tells us our brakes are okay. So we passed the brake test, and we're ready to go. Before we do that, let me just real quick, did I miss anything in chat? Das Tepper says altered song lyrics. Eastbound and down, headed up, loaded up in trucking. Oh, loaded up in training is, you're talking about song lyrics. Okay, I got you. Smoking the Bandit soundtrack staple. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen Smoking the Bandit in God knows how long. What happens if the brake test fails? I don't know that it's actually modeled in the games to fail to fail the test, to be honest. I've never seen it fail. But technically, you don't have to do the brake test. It's a setting. But I turned it on just for realism.
Mind the gap. This train is ready to depart.
And incoming raid from Color. Yeah, I'd be curious too, Strudel Cakes, because I don't know. Color, thank you for the raid. And Color with the resub. 4 months. Thank you, Color, for the resub.
Kojo 62 Kojo 62 Kojo 62 Kojo 62 Kojo 62 Dobbs is very annoying. Kojo 62
Yes, it is. I could have sworn I turned off its ability to say emotes. Obviously, I didn't do it right. But thank you, Color. Appreciate the raid. I didn't know you went off the stream, Color. So you're doing some GTA 5. Okay. Color, were you doing GTA 5 or were you doing LSPDFR? For like 10 minutes until obviously it broke. And you were doing LSPDFR. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't installed that yet. I have to... I did download it, I think I told you a couple weeks ago, but I haven't figured out how to install it yet. I need to do that. All right, we're ready to go. Let's go. All right, set the dead man switch. Put the reverser to forward. Light ahead is green. Throttle up. Let's go. All right, on time departure at least. Let's see if we can stay on schedule this line. I might have to cheat the speed limits a little bit if we fall behind. I mean, I have trouble staying on obeying speed limits anyway. But what you can't do is cheat the lights. If you, like Dask asked earlier, if you go through a red light, you fail. In pretty much every train sim game, that's true. Because going through red lights is a major no-no on real-life railroads. You can lose your license for doing that. Big, big no-no. And Color, how'd your stream go? And are you doing any more streams tonight? I'm speeding a little bit.
The next station is Paddington.
All right, good.
Change for the Bakerloo Line and National Rail Services.
So the first couple stops also tells you whether or not you programmed the digital voice announcer correctly. Because if you didn't pick the right direction or you picked the wrong start and end points, your announcements won't match the stations in your HUD. And that's how you know you didn't program it correctly. But you can program it mid-route. You don't have to program it like, you know, only at the beginning of your service. Alright, so we're ready to depart now. Let's go.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Caller said stream was good until OBS broke. Oh no! Maybe if OBS wants to work again. What do you mean it broke? What happened? I wanted to stream. Here, one second. I wanted to stream longer, but obviously OBS literally was not capturing my game after 10 minutes. Wow. Bayswater next. And I like how she says Bayswater. I can't say it like her.
The next station is Bayswater.
I wish I could say that. My mouth just won't do that. I'm not even going to try to imitate her because I just insult all our British friends. So, caller, do you have any idea if it was just that game? Like, did you try anything else just to see if it would, you know, capture?
Thank you for traveling on the Circle Line. This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Yeah, you tried to display capture too. I probably need to restart PC. Alright, so we're back on schedule now. We left the previous station technically a minute late, but only by seconds. Turn off that windshield wiper because we're underground now. Don't think we're going above ground again in this particular route anyway. Alright, so speed limit here is 40. The train itself literally won't drive any faster than 43, so... I forget who it was just asking me a minute ago about... oh, Busa, you were asking me, can you drive the train balls to the wall? You can't on this route only because it won't go faster than 43 physically.
Change for the Central Line.
It's just not a fast train. So I guess that's the other part to the other answer to your question.
This is Notting Hill Gate. Change here for the Central Line.
Caller says my sound like glitched out and then OBS just stopped capturing. Wow.
Via High Street, Kensington and Victoria.
Yeah, hopefully just a PC restart fixes it. Also, caller, I'm sorry if I missed your answer. I don't see it, but are you streaming any more tonight, you think? Alright, we can go now.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
But as you can see, fully animated AIs in this particular one, unlike the first two games in the series. I mean, the models aren't bad. They're much better character models than the first two games. The faces still need work. I always say the bodies themselves look better. They're animated better. They're shaped better. But the faces still look like they don't look like human faces. They look like people wearing rubber masks. But in general, for an older game like this one, I think the graphics still hold up pretty well. I mean, the rest of the modeling is pretty good in the game. Good detail, you know, decent sounds. Probably have to restart. Okay.
Is High Street, Kensington.
You going back to LSPDFR? Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try to put some time into figuring out how to install it in the next week or so if I can. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to want to stream it on a regular basis, to be honest, but I want to try it, you know. Because like you and Q, you guys seem to be having a lot of fun with it. I got a little longer layover here, so we're a little ahead of schedule. Let's control our passengers with some announcement spam.
Thank you for traveling on the Circle Line. Mind the gap. Please remember, smoking is not allowed on any London Underground train or station.
And there's somebody else that streams it that I watch. I think it might be Stephen Wiley. I think he just started playing it.
This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
Wow, that guy's staying really close to the train. Dude, move out the way. It's not safe to be there. Alright, 25 ahead, 15 to the right. I think we'll just keep it straight. Yeah. Here. And speaking of devil, he shall appear. Hello, Q! Q, I was literally just talking about you seconds ago. How you doing, Q? Alright, Gloucester Road next. Reduction to 20 here. And a new sub, Twitch Prime sub from G Cook Scotland. Scott, thanks for the sub. Thank you, Scott. How you doing? Welcome. What I do now? No, I was just talking about Color was streaming LSPDFR, Q. And I was just saying I really need to get on trying to get that installed because I see him and you having a lot of fun playing it when you stream it. So I want to try it. So shout out to our buddy Q Diggity Gaming, who streams a lot of driving sims. Just started playing 911 Operator not too long ago, which is something I used to play. I haven't streamed that in a long time. Mainly because Donna told me it sucks. So if Donna thinks it sucks, I'm not streaming it anymore. Kidding. Scott, thank you again for the sub. Really appreciate that. How you doing tonight? And I'm going to shout out our buddy G Cook Scotland 1. Even though he doesn't tend to stream very often anymore, every now and then you can still catch Scott on the occasional what I call unicorn stream when the mood moves him. But along with Daffy's, Scott was one of my original mods. The two of them were my original mods when I first started streaming. They've supported me for a long time. So I will always appreciate everything those guys have done for me on Twitch. Really appreciate it. Q says, yeah, so much fun. Yeah, you guys always look like you're having fun playing that game, so I'm gonna give it a try. Like I said, I don't know how much I'm gonna stream it, but I do want to at least install it and try it out. And Color always said to me, he said, Kojo, I can see you being a cop. I think you'd like this game. And Color, I don't know if I had ever told you before, but my father was a cop. So I think when I was little, I had dreams of being a cop, like him. But yeah, no, I never did. Obviously. Yeah, he was a deputy sheriff actually for the county, Philadelphia County. Because Philadelphia, you know, where I grew up, is one of those weird municipalities where it operates as both a city and a county simultaneously. It's kind of strange. It's like, so the city, technically law enforcement is by Philadelphia Police Department, but the county law enforcement is by the sheriff's department. So he was a deputy sheriff for Philadelphia County. But the two of them are 100% identically co-located, so I really don't know why the city runs that way. Caller says, yeah, I don't understand New York City sheriffs. Yeah, I mean, I know he had different duties than Philadelphia cops do.
This train is ready to depart.
But I just don't understand why the administration is, you know, separated that way, because it doesn't seem, to me, it doesn't seem to make sense, but I don't really know. But I do know a lot of the duties that he carried out himself were in enforcement of the court, I guess you would say. You know, judges' orders, executing summons, and you know, all kinds of things ordered by judges. It seems to be what
The next station is South
the sheriff's department handled a lot.
Change for the district and Piccadilly lines. Exit for the museums.
Yeah, so he was in law enforcement for a number of years. That's what he retired doing.
This is South Kensington.
Caller said, be right back, starting PC. Okay, switching the phone.
Piccadilly lines.
Q said,
Here for the museums. This is
that's so cool. My stepdad is a cop and other people in my family as well. Okay.
Victoria and Embankment.
I've often thought about it myself even still. Okay, Q. Alright, we can still get out of here on time. We were a minute late on the last departure.
Stand clear of the doors.
Alright, so folks who joined our stream late, and we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, doing something a little bit different here, in that we are streaming all 4 World of Subways games back to back. So we started on World of Subways 1, which is what they call the Path in the New Jersey metro area. World of Subways 2 is in the Berlin Underground. We did that. The U7 line, I believe. Now we're on World of Subways 3, which is the London Underground, otherwise known as the Tube, I think. And specifically, we're on the Circle line. And right after we complete this service, we're going to hop over to World of Subways 4, which is also set in New York City, but a different area than World of Subways 1. And we got a red light in the distance up ahead there. Barely see it. Watch that.
Are you still there?
And Q Diggity is going to alert. Enjoy your alert, Q. All right, just cleared us to pass, just in time. Another red ahead, though. And actually, we can see another train station ahead of us.
Is Sloane
So we're going to be waiting for him to clear, and then we can proceed. But to Miss Lovely Hannah's point earlier, on this one, if you're not paying attention to the signals in the tunnels, you can get caught out quite often. Caller says apparently my PC wants to update now. All right, green to go. Windows update, caller? Also, Q, how's your weekend going, man?
Victoria and Impact.
I haven't seen you doing any streaming this weekend. Just relaxing for the weekend, or did you have to work or anything? All right, we can go.
Stand clear of the doors.
I guess it finished already. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm sorry, I forgot Q went BRB, didn't he? Or went to lurk, rather. Sorry, Q, ignore my question. I forgot you went to lurk. I forgot. Oh, there's Q. No stream. Sunday to Thursday.
Is Victoria. Change for the Victoria Line, National Rail Services, and the Victoria Coach Station.
Mind the gap, please.
This is Victoria. Please mind the gap between the train and
I'm usually not home much on the weekends.
change
Okay.
here for the Victoria Line.
And hey, Cajun Moose!
And the Victoria Coach.
Lots of lurkers in the shadows, really?
This is a Circle Line train.
Hey, Cajun Moose, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Embankment
Welcome.
and Tower Hill. Stand clear of the doors.
How's everything going? Doing well? Good. Cajun Moose, I wish I could tell you my flight simming has been improving. Unfortunately, I kind of been neglecting flight sim lately. Haven't been flying, haven't been streaming it as much. But I'm hoping to get back to it soon. I have been studying a lot on YouTube, though. Still trying to learn all the avionics, you know, all the systems and stuff. But I have to find more time to stream it. Cajun Moose, how's business? You been flying, or are you... I mean, I know the coronavirus has kind of been affecting a lot of pilots, so how's everything going for you?
The next station is St. James's Park. This is St. James's Park.
And Otson's 41. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Tower Hill.
KJ Moose says, our fleet is still currently grounded. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. All right, let's get out of here. Short stop. Try to stay on schedule.
Stand clear of the doors.
Q said, you're fine. I just have gloves on and it's hard to type. Okay, Q, thanks. KJ Moose says, we're scheduled to restart ops mid-December, but fully expect that it has to be pushed out again. Well, I'm glad you're doing well personally. Anyway, KJ Moose, it's good to see you.
The next station is Westminster. Change for the Jubilee line. Exit for Westminster Abbey and Houses of Parliament.
Mind the gap, please.
This is Westminster. Please mind the gap between the train and
Ottenson
the
says,
platform. Change here.
I thought I was
for the
following
Jubilee
already. You're
line.
always popping up on my
Exit
notifications.
here
Oh, really?
for Westminster Abbey
Oh, okay.
and Houses of Parliament.
Well, thank you again for the follow,
This is a Circle Line
Ottenson,
train
and welcome
Hammersmith
to the channel.
via Embankment and Tower Hill.
We're on schedule. Let's go.
Thank you for travelling on the Circle Line. This train is ready to depart. Please stand clear of the doors.
KJ Moose says, Kojo, Microsoft Flight Sim is in a bit of a hot mess with updates, so the time away is likely good. Yeah. Hopefully when you return, you'll enjoy a better product. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I have been playing it off stream, but I just haven't found time to stream it much during my normal schedule. I've been, in and out of a lot of other games. And I've had some people ask me, am I going to get around to streaming it more? And I want to, but because it's such a detailed sim, obviously, it's still a lot for me to learn. So I think part of it is me wanting to try to supplement my knowledge off stream, so that when I do start streaming it again, I have a little more competence. I learn more of the system, so I can do more, and trying to learn procedures. And those are all things I can't really learn on stream unless somebody, for example, like you, KJ Moose, is holding my hand and teaching me stuff. So that's also contributed to me not streaming it as much, because I'm trying to supplement my learning offline. So hopefully by the time I do start streaming it a little bit more regularly, I'll show some improvement at least. That's my hope anyway. So, for the folks who are wondering why I'm not streaming it more, it's not like I'm ignoring it. It's just, it's kind of getting crowded out by other things, but it's also me trying to learn more about it off stream. So my stream of it is an improved product. KJ Moose says, totally get that. Kudos to you for expanding your knowledge. Thank you. Yeah, I'm following all kinds of YouTubers. Not just, YouTube simmers, but, some real pilots who are also teaching us about the sim, things like that.
Next station is Temple. Exit for Somerset House.
Matter of fact, KJ Moose, I'm following one of your fellow country folk. There's a Canadian YouTuber I follow, Pilot Emily, who I think she flies the same plane you do. The what is it? The Dash. I kind of forgot the model. Dash 80 Q400 or something like that. Isn't it what you fly? Did I get it right? Q400. Okay, I think I got it right. Yeah. I've been following her for a while, but I started following her just because she did real point of view cockpit flight recordings.
Please stand clear of the doors.
Whoa, he got in just in time. See that? Lucky dude. Nice AI, actually. But sadly, a couple months after I started following her on YouTube, she got laid off too. So she's kind of converted to doing YouTube videos about Flight Simulator because she just picked up Flight Simulator recently. So it's been interesting learning, you know, from her, just watching her cockpit videos as a pilot. Because first she was a first officer, and then shortly after I started following her, she became a captain. And then shortly after she became a captain, she got laid off, which really sucks. So I felt really bad for her. But her YouTubes are pretty good, so I've been enjoying watching her. But every time I watch her, I kind of think of you, because, you know, you fly the same plane, you're both from Canada. You have seen YouTube videos of hers also, okay. Timing is everything, yeah. Timing sucks. But, you know, we're all suffering something from COVID. It's taking no prisoners. Alright, so folks, this is a dead train station. So on the digital voice announcement here, you have to tell your passengers you're not stopping here.
The next station is closed. This train will not stop at the next station.
And if you don't do that, your announcements get out of sync. And you're only supposed to creep past that at 10 miles an hour, which is kind of weird. I don't know why. It's closed. It's not like you're worrying about blowing somebody off the platform. But that's what you're supposed to do. Cajun Moose says it's collective misery indeed. Yeah. Alright, green lights ahead. We got a crossover, it looks like, to the right. Coming up here.
Station is Mansion House.
This is our last stop, actually. So, taking a crossover no faster than 20. And reduction to 10, entering the platform. So we'll... I think there's a siding. Is there a station? Couple stations like this, there's a siding where you end at a buffer. I think this is one of them. Yes, it is. There's the buffer. So you kind of have to be careful coming in here. And you have to come in here and call out last stop.
This is Mansion House. This is a Circle Line train to Hammersmith via Tower Hill and Liverpool Street. All change, please. This train terminates here. When leaving the train, please ensure that you take all your belongings with you. All change, please. This train terminates here.
Alright, so have our buddy Squeaky get out and do a final inspection before we shut down. And KG Moose, just out of curiosity, do you do YouTubes or anything? I mean, because you've been following me a while, I don't think you stream, but I'm just curious if you do YouTube or anything like that. And if you do, I apologize for not knowing that up till now. Alright, so our train is empty, which is what we like to see. So now we can responsibly shut down the train and make sure we're not trapping anybody napping on it. But you can also see there's a lot of AI services running during our whole route. Cajun Moose says, no, I do not. Always considering it, but haven't pulled the trigger yet. Seems daunting. Okay. if you ever decide to do anything like that, I'd be glad to help you in any way that I can. You have my full support. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know. If you're interested. All right, report card's better this time, 74%. We had, what, 58% on the last one. All right, so let me see. What are our deductions? Some of them are going to be bogus because they always are. Departure schedule has not been kept. Yeah, I think we were late getting out of about 2 or 3 stations. Not all cars have stopped at the platform. That's a lie. Announcements were not correct. That's a lie. We 100% programmed the voice announcements correctly, so that's BS. Braking was too hard. Yeah, because it's me. Speed limits were exceeded. Yeah, because it's me. So that is the London Underground, folks. For those who may have, in the past, well, currently, I shouldn't say in the past, who are currently playing Train Sim World 2 in the Bakerloo line. I started playing this, you know, before Bakerloo line came out. And so this is kind of my standard of comparison. I think they did a real good job on Train Sim World 2 with the Bakerloo line. Katie says back in a few, swapping them over. Okay, Katie. I don't really have a lot of complaints about it. My only complaint is the announcements. I mean, this is a much older game. I'm not even sure. Let me look up real quick to see. How long ago did World of Subways 3 come out? I mean, it might have been late 2000s, maybe early, 20-teens, possibly, but I'm not really sure. But I mean, if they, bothered to take the time to craft the game and include a fully, full set of voice announcements in an old game like this, it would have been nice if Dovetail had done the same thing for the Bakerloo line. But that's kind of really my only complaint about it. But of the 4 games, this one, Circle Line, World of Subways 3 is definitely my favorite of the 3. Came out in May 2011. So, yeah, this game is 9 years old. And for an older game, I think it holds up pretty good. I think it still looks good. I still enjoy playing it. The content is not as deep as what we have on Dovetail's train sims, but I still like it. Good for an occasional play. All right, so with that, guys, we're going to switch over our configuration one more time, and we will jump into World of Subways 4 and see what we can get done on, I believe it's called the New York Line 7. Is what we have there. So let me make some more configuration changes and we'll get rolling on that. And thanks everybody for hanging out. Like I said, I don't really play the World of Subways games very often, and we've never done this type of stream where we play all 4 games in the series back to back to back. But again, I don't think it's quite that different from what we do when we play Train Sim World, for example, where we're doing, say, 3 or 4 services back to back to back across different, maps and lines. But we're doing all that within one game. And this stream, we're doing the same thing. It's just we're doing them with 4 separate games. But I guess the service model for the stream, so to speak, is kind of similar. Alrighty, so... And also I want to say big shout out for the fine folks who develop OBS, because studio mode is a blessing. Before studio mode came out, which was, when I first started streaming, which is only a couple years ago, studio mode was not part of OBS Classic and wasn't part of the first couple versions of OBS Studio. But Studio mode definitely allows us to do some shenanigans and hide some shenanigans that we couldn't do before we had it. So I am glad that we have it. All right, so what else do I need to do? I did that. I did that. I got this where I want it. Yes. All right, I got that there, and that here. All right, all right. Oh, how did I do that? I didn't realize I did that. All right, no problem. To do that, yes, yes, yes. All right. Did I forget anything? No, I think we should be okay. You know what? Let me turn this off real quick. Alrighty, let's try it. Alright, so this is the newest version of all the games in the series. And you know what? I don't know real quick. Let's see. When did this one come out? (2015). So this one is about 5 years old. March 2015. And just for kicks, when did the first one came out? World of Subways 1 came out. (2008). So the series started in 2008. The latest game came out in 2015. So there's your spread. And like I said, this one kind of has a little bit more of this RPG component to it, for lack of a better term. It's not really an RPG, but you'll see. So let's fire it up. You'll see what I mean. Alright, so setting up my little handy dandy cheat sheet, because each one of these games, there's differences in the controls. Alright, and this is where you start. So we're kind of in this home office, so to speak, for our transit company that runs the subway. And again, we're in New York City, but it's kind of set somewhere back in the 1970s, I believe. I don't know why they made it that way, but it's a retro time period. So we kind of have coworkers here. This guy's a firefighter. This guy's a fellow driver like me. Lindsay is our secretary. She never gives me the time of day. She always disses me every time I talk to her. Story of my life. This is the big boss that runs the whole company, Jason. He's kind of a complete asshole. I don't like talking to him, but just for fun, watch when I interact with him. He never has anything nice to say.
Looking at the results, you need to work on it. I think you know your weaknesses best. You would make me happy if you could improve in the future. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I'm sure it has nothing to do with your management and lack of budget here. And this guy Steven is our supervisor. And hello, Lone Star. Good evening. How you doing? Steven also serves as your trainer. So, like I said, World of Subways 1 and 2, the one of the difficulties there is that you don't get any training. 3 and 4, you literally have instructor-led training. 3, the trainer is a dude named Danny, who pretty much everybody who plays that game will tell you Danny is kind of creepy. So Danny doesn't talk much, but just his mannerisms, Danny's kind of creepy. But in this one, you get kind of fully interactive instructor-led training, including voice coaching by this guy, Steven. Is this a sim game? Yes, it is, Lone Star. We're doing every game in the World of Subway series 1 through 4. We've done 1 through 3 already. We're just starting 4. Steve is more creepy? Yeah. Oh, you think Steve is more creepy color? You think so? I don't think he's a creep. He's kind of a... Well, he's not a jerk like the boss, but he's kind of a... What's the term? He's stern. I'll put it that way. He's stern.
Ah, perfect timing. I haven't penciled you in for the new duty plan. Which shift is the most interesting for you?
So, but he can be encouraging also. And out of the 4 games, the training in this game is the best. I think it's not his personality, but just like he'll walk you to the train, he'll sit you down, he'll stand next to you and tell you, here's these controls, here's what this does, here's what I want you to do. So it's more effective training in my opinion. So the training in this game is the best. Danny's kind of just quiet and creepy, and I think Danny is probably a secret serial killer. So, but yeah, you have different characters here, and you can interact with some of these characters, and they'll give you like side missions. So kind of like scenarios to do just by talking to them. There's a fully modeled kitchen. The kitchen is staffed by a cook that he can also give you, missions to do. Other fellow drivers like yourself. There is a service bay here that we can walk down and look at the trains. Excuse me, the trains being worked on. I don't think I can get on board, but... And we can talk to the mechanic to get other, missions. Here's one of them.
Nice to meet in person. I'm Scott Steele. Call me Scotty. I can tell you, it's not ever going to be boring.
For some reason, it seems like most of the people we interact with in this game have non-American accents. I don't know why they did it that way. Well, I shouldn't say most, but a significant percentage, it seems like.
Want to show what you can do?
Not yet. All right, he's ready to give me a mission. Some of the other people, you kind of have to talk them up a little bit to get missions. But if you just kind of want to do basic timetable services, you come talk to Steve. So that's what we're going to do right now.
I was just about to ask you to come. Nearly all duty plans are still open. Let me know which shift is the most interesting for you.
Excuse me. All right, so this is how we get our timetable missions. So this one's a little different in that you can set up, the calendar more completely, I guess, accurately. So let's pick something in real time. We'll pick something here in November. Let's try a weekend schedule. I don't drive weekends very often, but let's see what they look like. So in my local time zone, well, I don't think I want to drive at night. Let's do something kind of like maybe early evening or late afternoon. So it'd be this shift. try something out of Manhattan, out to Queens. Times Square, Manhattan to Flushing Main Street, Queens. Let's try that. And you can also, kind of like OMSI, the bus sim, you can pick a route, but then you can also pick an intermediate starting point. You don't have to drive from the endpoints if you don't want to. You can actually pick a middle, station, and then you can wait for the train to come in at that station and then take over service from the AI engineer at that station. But in our case, we're going to start from the beginning at Times Square. We can pick weather if we want. Looks like I have it set on dynamic. I think I'm going to leave it on dynamic. And let me think, is there anything else we need to do? You can do tutorials here to get training from Steve that we just talked about. Let's start that.
Grab a train and go. There's no time to lose.
Lone Star, how's your weekend been? Hope everything's going well for you. Okay, so I forgot it prompts you for difficulty for each service. I forgot what the difference is. You know what? Let me look up in the manual real quick because I kind of don't remember. So I'll just share a little bit of what I'm looking at while I'm doing it. This is just the manual for this particular sim. Pretty decent PDF manuals for each one of these games. And usually some good supplements like for the London Underground where we have, the full Circle Line route map. So, you get good documentation with most of these. Long list of control keys. Most of these you'll never use. That's kind of why I made myself a quick start, cheat sheet, just so I could get set up and started and driving right away. Because, nobody's going to remember all these keys. It's just, this one has more control keys than any other of the games in the series. A long list of controls. But let me see. What is the difference between the two difficulties? I don't remember. Let me search. Difficulty level, page 8. Okay. Excuse me, 11. Beginner mode has dialog boxes displaying prompts for prepping you and shutting down the train. Also tips to help you while you're underway, such as alerts for switch crossings. Normal. No dialog boxes to assist you in preparing and shutting down the train. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Also, less time to complete the missions. All right, we're not doing missions. We're just doing timetable services. So we probably just want normal. Even though I haven't driven this in a long time, we'll just roll the dice on normal mode. Scott says, I drove the Tube in TSW2 last night. Oh, cool. Was that your first time, Scott? Did you just recently get that? All right, so we're driving regular mode. Would you like to activate the conductor AI? Yes. So you can have an AI serve on your train as conductor, and he'll run the doors and some other things like that.
Are you still there?
Ottinson's going to Lurk. Jerry Lurk. You can run them yourself, but it's not as simple as just pressing, open and close door buttons. It tends to be a little bit more complicated. They actually have a section documented in the manual where they tell you, for example, things like if you don't line up your train exactly on the right stop markers, you can't open the doors. And then, like, you're switching out of the engineer's cab into the conductor's cab, and, you know, you're checking the alignment on the platform to make sure you can open the doors, and, you know, it gets kind of complicated. So in this particular game, it's kind of better to have the AI run the doors as conductor. So we'll go yes on that. And hang on one second before we proceed. Pardon me. This guy says, no, you've drove it a few times. 4 of 5 scenarios done. Okay, cool. Caller says, I wish there was just a conductor mode in this game. I like the ability. However, I wish you could be a little conductor and not drive. Oh, you know what, caller? I thought you can do that. I didn't think you had to drive. You know what? I don't know. I haven't looked at this game in a while, the manual. So, all right. Hang on one second. Let me grab my cheat sheet, get set up. But if you can't do that, yeah, it sounds like that would be something cool to do. All right, so with this one, first put the reverser in. Then we have to set the brake handle. And then I have to do a brake charge procedure on this one. So all right, so brake pipes are charging. We're charging to 120 psi. All right, turn on, in our case, the cab light. All right, brakes are charged, it sounds like. Coach lights. And one second. Headlights. Headlights on? I can't even tell. Let's see. Ventilation. Okay. So I can look out this way. Okay, that's just for conductor view. Okay, I can't do that. And all right, that's our conductor telling us that he's set and he's ready to go. He just closed the doors. But I'm having a problem because I can't remember how to reset my driving position view. Where is it? View outside is shift left or right. Got it. Door controls. Open, close coach doors. Do that. Door signals. I'm not doing that. Is that the only way to do that? I didn't think it was. All right, we'll just go with that for now. Anything else I need to set? that sets our level view. Got it. Alright, I think that's our setup. And then set up the HUD. So that's our clock. Route monitor. Station monitor. And destination board. Oh, okay, so we go destination board front view.
Doritos chip.
And, hello, Lil John, thank you for the resub. So, Lil John resubbed tier 1 for 3 months. Thank you, John, appreciate it. And good evening, how you doing? Alright, so from the front view, which is from here. Is that right? We can scroll the destination board, right? Yeah, so alright, this sets the destination board, so we are headed to Main Street, Flushing. Alright, and we're saying whether it's an express or not. See, we're driving weekend. I don't think we're doing express, so I don't think we have to worry about that. All right. Let me think. Anything else? Yes, yes. Conductor, hold your horses. He is like on that bell. All right. Oh, I see it. So if we wanted to change to express or local, it is this key. But we don't have to do that. All right. All right, I think that's it. Set the dead man switch, set the reverser. Hang on 1 second. So completely different reverser keys in this one than the other games. All right, there's a reverser. Brakes are charged, and there's our throttle, there's our brakes. And where's our base position? It is here. On. Dump the brake. Hang on a second. Alright, brake pipe is charged. Brake release is this way. There we go. Now we got it. Alright, so like the other ones, John says doing awesome. Good to hear, man. Good to see you. Alright. So one of my very few complaints on this game is, see how small the HUD is? Unlike the other 3 games, the HUD on this is very, very tiny. And it's kind of hard for me to read the detail. And I can't really adjust it or move it anywhere. And there's a lot of different braking settings on this train. I think it's like somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 10 settings for various reasons. Also, you do get a lot better outside cameras in this one than the other games. Speeding a little bit. Let me slow down. Also, looks like no announcements in this game. So the first 3 games we got pretty decent announcements. Especially World of Subways 3, they're very extensive. This one, none at all. But then again, I don't know, maybe during this era in the New York subways, they didn't have announcements. So maybe that's appropriate. Alright, let me see if I can figure out some of the other cameras here. So... oh, there's the other one I was looking for. I missed that one. Okay. That's how I get back to the cab. Where's my outside cameras? Welcome back, Katie. We're in New York, Katie. Or I should say back in New York. Let's try the horn. I haven't used a horn yet. Did you miss much now? We wrapped up the London Underground. I don't know how much of that you saw, but we did 2 services on that. And this is our first service on World of Subways 4 back in New York City. So I'm still shaking the rust off of this one. But just like the other 3, you can see this one still a lot of details in the tunnel to see. It's not just, you know, literally a black hole like on Bakerloo line. You can look around. All kinds of settings on the back wall to run different things. You know, HVAC, lighting, all kinds of stuff. Cab ventilation here is very rudimentary, but it works. If you don't turn on lighting and ventilation in the outside coach, you do get deductions on your report card for it. So all that stuff is worth paying attention to. This one, I believe I can open the windows. Because there is a mode where when you're running conductor mode, basically you want to kind of stick your head out and you know, do things. So you are able to open the windows. Matter of fact, let me see if I can figure out how to do it before we proceed. I'm still trying to figure out how to run the cameras. Actually, I stopped short. See, that's what I mean about the conductor. He won't open the doors if you don't stop on the right marker. I think I stopped a little short on the platform. Yeah, 10, 11 is probably where I want to stop. Alright, now he'll open the doors. So it's kind of nice to have an AI, you know, running the conductor functions. But I wouldn't mind running the doors myself. But conductor mode is a little more complicated than simply running the doors in this particular sim. So if you didn't know that this was this game was set in a retro time period, all you have to do is look at the AI's fashion. Yeah, 1970s style, which I remember. Was not a proud time for fashions in America, in my opinion. Alright, so we are done with the underground portion for that particular route. And if I can remember how to run the outside cameras, there's some good stuff to see. A lot of detail. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can run cameras in the tunnel too, but I just couldn't remember the controls. And I didn't put them in my cheat sheet, so... Let me see. Maybe it's these? Oh, here we go. Just guessing. Actually, there's the door controls from my cab, but for some reason they didn't model it that you can run the door controls from the driver's cab, which is kind of stupid. You can only do it from the conductor's cab, which is like halfway up the train. Scott says, be back later. Okay, Scott. Let me see what other cameras we get. I know there's some more outside cameras. There's kind of like a panoramic camera and some other things. I just don't remember how to run them. So we get like one outside camera in World of Subways 1 and 2. We don't get any in World of Subways 3. And this one we get several. If I can just remember how to run them. Actually, you know what? Real quick, it's probably worth pausing. Let me just check the manual real quick. Alright, I think I got it. Let's try it. And to make sure I add that to my cheat sheet for the future. I dumped the brake pipe again, my bad. think I've reset my headlights by accident. Looked like they were on tail lights. Probably messing around with the hotkeys. I must have turned them off by accident. Alright, so there's a cinematic camera. You know what happened? I went too far forward. He won't open the doors now. Damn it. Alright. Let's see. Reverser. I forgot the reverser. There it is. There it is. See if it works now. Yeah. All right. So. Oh, I forgot to switch my headlights. There we go. So you can see you get pretty good outside views in this one. And there's a lot of stuff going on outside. There's like, you know, motor traffic on the street. And I don't know if there's much in the way of pedestrians, but there's a lot of street traffic. You also do get snow in this one. You do get snow effects. Get a really weird effect like that that you may have just seen when because the panoramic camera is kind of cycling through different views. You can make it switch manually, but if you just leave it to run automatically, it'll you know, pick different views on its own like it's doing right now. But when it picks a view inside the coach, all the AIs kind of suddenly sit down like they were playing musical chairs or something. Kind of a weird effect. Actually, I forgot to see if I could open the window. I'm pretty sure I can. I just forgot how to do it. Let me check it real quick. Keep dumping the brake pipe. Alright. There we go. But yeah, even just looking at the cars and buses on the street down there, you can see this is like years and years ago, decades ago now. Those buses look old, yeah. I mean, they were probably old then. You know, this is in the 1970s, so... And the cars. I think I did. Alright, good enough. Yeah, see, the conductor is really, really picky. He's really, really picky about your stop position. And I'm still trying to feel out the brakes here a little bit. Wow. No social distancing going on there. Stations are close. Yeah, some of them are. But, I mean, that's kind of how it is in a lot of metros, like where I grew up. I mean, we have a system just like this. And the stations are very close together for most of the route. cases. I think they're on about reopening the disused tunnels in in London again. Yeah, I keep overshooting. To get more trains going. Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a lot of unused tunnels. Uh-oh. I think we're in trouble. I got a red signal there. Probably from when I backed up. Can I go through that? Ooh, I don't know. Well, the HUD says green, but that says red, so... There's loads of them? Okay. Well, I may have kind of spatted, folks. Let's see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. Alright, we didn't spat. I wasn't sure. Alright. Yeah, I guess, Katie, I probably shouldn't be surprised, because, I mean, that's the oldest subway system in the world, so... I'm sure there was a lot of stuff that was started and abandoned and, you know, whatever. Or shut down and rerouted. So I should not be surprised. Most of it dates back to the 1700s. Oh, does it really? I thought it started like 1855 or something. 1858, something like that. I didn't know it was that old. Can't remember? Okay. Definitely have to work on my braking. But, you know, I don't drive these very often, so... I'm not going to be consistent. I have to look on the TFL website, perhaps. Yeah, I know I was on somebody's stream recently where everybody was having a discussion about, you know, the oldest subway system in the world. And I remember, you know, people looking up dates then, because we were talking about, you know, London Underground, Chicago, New York, things like that. And that's kind of the date I have stuck in my head. And good day all, and hello 40 over, how you doing? Good evening to you. Well, evening here anyway. Dah. Overshot again. There we go. Sap might know, or Alex. Yeah, I'm sure they would both know. Yeah, I don't quite remember whose stream I was on now. Might have been Bald and Old stream, perhaps? Maybe? KG Moose says, I really like the old school vibe from this game. Yeah. Yeah, I like the detail in this game. Out of all the World of Subways games, I think this one has just the most actual detail. And one thing I haven't done in this one yet is you can get out and walk around a lot, just like you can in World of Subways 3. And I keep overshooting and dumping my brake pipe. Bad, bad habit. Alright, but at least I stopped soon enough for the conductor to open the door. 40 over says the first metro was UK's London. Is 1890? Oh, okay. I knew it was first, but I didn't know the exact date. I thought it was more like the 1850s or something. Budapest Metro in Hungary first became operational with Line 1 in May 1896. Still operating. Okay, thanks. Thanks, 40 over. Yeah, because I know New York Subway is not too much later than that. And then Chicago is not too much later than that. I think Chicago was like 1906, maybe? But I thought New York was maybe 1899 or something, maybe 1901, I'm not sure. But, yeah, whatever stream I was hanging out on, somebody doubted that London was the first. And most people were pretty sure it was the first, but there was an argument about the actual dates. But nah, I was way off at in the 1850s, so it was 1890s. Okay. So our report card is not going to look very good off of this this route. But again, shaking the rust off. I haven't played this since January. But you know, just wanted to give all the folks a look at all 4 games, especially for the rail fans out there who may not get to see these very often or haven't had a chance to play them. Like I said, I still like all 4 of them. I like them for different reasons. And they're cheap. If anybody wanted to buy them, if you can, especially if you can catch them on a Steam sale. I mean, I got most of them for like, you know, $6 or $7 each. I think The London Underground one I paid the most for at the time. I think I paid like roughly $15 or something. But that was 2 years ago. It's gotten a lot cheaper since then, I'm sure. Not even considering sales. Still not bad? No, not at all. Panic brake. Yeah, I'm having trouble with the brake controller because it's like, I think it's like 10 settings. And unless I really count out the clicks in my head, I'm constantly getting into the area where I'm hitting the emergency brake and dumping the brake pipe. So that's what's happening there. Because it's something like the first 4 settings are e-brake, and the other 6 are hydraulic. And unless I consciously count them out in my head, I'm messing them up. So, a little tricky in that regard. But other than that, easy controls. Easy controls. So, I think I asked somebody this before. I believe that's the old Shea Stadium over there, where the New York Jets used to play. Actually, I think Little John told me that. Looks like it, yeah. I mean, they don't play in Shea Stadium anymore, because they play in the Meadowlands in New Jersey now. But when they still played in New York City, they played in Shea Stadium, and I think that's Shea Stadium. Yeah, the station here is called Willets Point, and I think Lil John told me a while ago that he was pretty sure that's what it was based on the station. Oh, you know what, guys? We're getting a little bit of spontaneous snowfall. It's not sticking, but those are snowflakes. Huh, it just started. You do get snow in the game, which I don't think you get that in any one of the other games, but this game you do get snow. Damn it, I flipped my headlights again. I don't know what hotkey I'm switching the taillights on. It's kind of weird. Pardon me. I think I know what it is. I keep hitting what I think is the horn key, and it's not the horn key. That must be what I'm flipping them with. No, maybe not. This is the one. Alright, we're going back into the tunnel here. And you got to be really careful coming on this downhill grade because you drive into a switch. And if you go anything over 20 miles per hour, you will fail because you'll derail. Alright, this particular one, you don't go to the switch, we go straight ahead. Never mind. But one of the other routes, you kind of come downhill, go into the tunnel, and then you are immediately diverted to your left on a switch. And I have failed services by derailing on that switch many times. It might be going the other direction, going back into Manhattan. But in any case, it's the end of the line. And that's it. Would you like to continue the schedule? So I think it's asking us here, do we want to basically shut down the cab and drive from, the other direction back the other way. But no, we're done. And here's our report card. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like I said, the fonts on this one are not great. Kind of hard to see, even for me. Damn it. Hang on. All right. Katie says I don't want to bounce off the walls either, or the buffer. Yeah. All right. So this report card gives multiple pages of stuff. So that route took 47 minutes. 15,000 meters total distance. We transported 1,868 passengers. Lateness counter 20. So I guess we were late 20 stops. We probably started out late, so yeah. Total lateness minutes 55 minutes. I guess that's a net amount of latenesses. All right, forget all that. We're late. We got it. Let's see what else we got. Correctly stopped at stations 18. Number of missed stations 3. So I guess it says I think it means we overshot 3 stations. But felt to me like I overshot a lot more than that. I think it's being kind. Because I'm rusty. Air conditioning percentage 78%. Headlight percentage 52%. Yeah. For some reason I kept hitting a hotkey that kept flipping my headlights to tail lights, and I don't know how I did that. So, all right. Anything else? Acceleration mistakes, none. Braking mistakes, none. Conductor signs pointed and number of stations played as conductor, none. Total score 47%. Ouch. All right. So not our finest moment. But considering I haven't driven those trains in since January, at least I didn't kill anybody, right? But yeah, you get, like I said, kind of an RPG mode where you can come here and get missions and talk to people and stuff like that. Here's actual modeled bathrooms. There's also, I think I mentioned the kitchen, but we didn't go in the kitchen. Let's see if we can go in the kitchen. Yeah. This dude always has a flame going, but nothing on it, so he doesn't seem to be cooking very much.
Want to hear why I'm no longer a driver? Let me tell you a story.
Alright, so he's ready to give us a mission. So, but I have not taken any of the missions so far. But like I said, I might do a stream one day just to start going through some of those and see how they work out. I've seen video previews for this game on YouTube, and there are, it looks like there's even like a scenario that has something to do with terrorism or something on one of these missions. So it seems like some of them might be interesting. But I have yet to actually try any of them. Also, I don't think I went to this room before, but in addition to the kind of two bosses' offices, you can come in this room here, and I kind of suspect these pictures on the wall are probably the devs. There's nothing here that kind of proves it, but... And, you know, we get box art, cover art here for the other three games in the series that came before this. But yeah, I'm guessing all these people are, they're probably the devs. So, you know, kind of nice little Easter egg here. And one of the devs must have a cat. Engel. He looks thrilled to have his picture taken too, doesn't he? And there is some interactive stuff here and there. I forget where. Or maybe there isn't. I might have forgot. Or I might be misremembering slightly. So I'm being bad. This is the ladies' room. Whoop, somebody was there. She shut the door quickly. Can I open it? No. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. And here's the men's room, which is not a men's room I'd personally want to use. Could be a little cleaner. So I guess I can afford a cook, but not a custodian. So yeah. It's not functional though. I know the bathrooms in the home office in OMSI are functional, and a hell of a lot cleaner than that. Hell of a lot cleaner than that. So there you have it, ladies and gents. There's all 4 World of Subways games in one stream. So we did it. It was our first time streaming all of them, back to back to back. And I appreciate everybody dropping in, hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I've streamed all 4 of them in the past, even though I haven't done them for months, but I've never streamed them all back to back like that. But I'm going to try to make an effort to get them in rotation more often, just so we see at least one of them. What I had been doing is I had been streaming them like once every quarter, at least, and I've fallen off of that, but I'm going to try to get back to that. Just because I like playing them, and considering that we had such a good crowd show up here to this afternoon, now this evening, I guess a lot of people liked hanging out and watching them. So thanks, guys. I appreciate everybody being here. I really do. Always appreciate the company. Always appreciate the eyeballs. So I'm going to wrap the stream, folks. Before we do so, I'm going to throw it over to our buddy Skillet Fan 93, who is streaming some Minecraft. I have not seen Skilly streaming in God knows how long. So I think maybe I've rated Skilly only once, maybe twice. So I'm not going to pass up this opportunity to throw him a raid. If I can type. So if folks wouldn't mind hanging around for just a couple minutes so we can drop in on Skilly and say hi. Just want to say also thank you again. Lil John resubbed Tier 1 3 months in a row. Really appreciate that, John. Also, we got a Prime sub from G Cook Scotland. I think that's Scott's first ever sub to the channel. Even though he's been modding for me ever since I started streaming. So appreciate the support, Scott, in both ways. Really do. Thank you, Color, also for the resub. 4 months at Tier 1. And also, thank you also for the large number of follows today. Hope I see all the new followers again on another stream in the future. And also thank you, Strudel Cakes, for the raid. And hope folks from Strudel Cakes stream, ooh, tongue-tied, can enjoy being here. And hope I see everybody again soon. And thank you, Das. Appreciate you for hanging out. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick, you're here a lot. I really appreciate the support. So, yeah, thank you for being here, Patrick. You're always here. I really appreciate that. All right, folks. So let's go say hi to our friend Skillet Fan 93. KG Moose, hope I see you again soon, man. And hopefully you can give me a hand when I get back to Flight Sim, which I plan to do very soon. Thank you also, Katie. All right, everybody have a great night.